What's going on? I'm getting all these updates from YouTube now. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back. It's the Gnostic Brothel. We got, I'm your host, WitchDoctor. We got Marcel the Magos. How's it going, bud? How you doing, Marcel?
I'm good. Is my microphone broken? Oh, yeah.
No, I can hear you now. You're good. Yeah, wow. Why am I getting so many updates? Give me 1 second. All right, we're good to go. And we got over here Lord Cameron. What's going on, bro?
Good afternoon.
We had Dane Darklight, but he was having an audio issue. So he'll be in the comments, guys. So this is also going on his channel. So for those of y'all, look at the comment replay for all of that, if that's what you do. And we got Bearcat with the Blunt Life. How are you?
Just fine. Thank you.
All right, and we have somebody that we've had on the show before, and in the last few weeks, I was lucky enough to catch him and jump into this really awesome debate with, I believe, a guy named Jill. Ladies and gentlemen, Hillary's emails.
Hello.
Man, it was so much fun the other day on your, I'll have to play a little bit of it, on your debate with Jesus is Lord. It's awesome. I love it. Was really good. How he got really mad and stuff, but it was he had to go. I think maybe he was at work or something, so he wasn't able to like stay on. But we were getting into some good stuff for sure. But what you been up to, man?
Just the regular. I mean, nothing special.
I got you. Awesome. So Marcel, we were I was talking to you yesterday about, what were we talking about? The topics for today. Some of the stuff that we were interested in was, and we'll have Chase joining us in a second. Tiger Shark won't be here today.
Yeah.
What have you been? What you had?
Did you send me the topic list? Because I don't think I got it.
Okay, well, hold on. I remember one of the big ones was you put up 2 videos.
Oh yeah, I they were on Ahmed's profile on the Lady Babylon page, but they disappeared, and I had them downloaded, so I figured I'd just re-upload them for archival purposes.
Do you mean you had it on the Discord?
Well, no, like the videos were on the Lady Babylon channel, and then I couldn't find them, but I had them downloaded. So I put them on my YouTube to have them archived.
Oh, okay. So those are actually his videos.
Yeah, they're his videos, but they disappeared. Oh. So I put them on my channel to archive them.
I thought you started making videos like that.
No. They were on Ahmed's channel, and then they're not available anymore. So I was like, well, I have them, so I'm going to archive them on my channel. I mean, if that's a problem, then I'll just delete them.
Oh no. I don't know. Do you think he would care?
I don't know. If he does, then I'll just delete it. Or I'll just make it private or something.
Yeah, I'm sure he probably would.
What are the 2 videos? I thought it was just the one of your conversation. I'm trying to look it up right now.
Yeah, no, and Amanda,
I like that you had that up. That was cool.
The one video is about the story of Medea, and the other video is about the cover up of sodomy in the Catholic Church during during the ancient times.
Oh, okay.
During antiquity,
I don't know why my I'm subscribed to you on both of my channels, but it's so hard finding your stuff.
Yeah, it's weird that it's not updating, because everybody else I ask, they see all my videos and stuff, so it has to be on your end.
Yeah, you suggested I update the app, and it didn't let me because it didn't need it, so I don't know.
Yeah,
Good. I was just curious to make sure, because I wasn't sure what videos you guys were talking about.
Yeah, the conversation, everybody seemed to say it went really well. There wasn't really any red flags, obviously, from it. But, and we talked about that, probably lost in translation. We have so many platforms that everybody's talking about. I call it Gnostic stuff. Forgive me if that's not the right way to put it. Oh yeah, we are gonna have a guest today too. I believe if he's still feeling it, if he's not had something else come up. Buddy of mine named Wes. I've been trying to get him on for a couple of times. Now, if my boy Wes comes on, I'm gonna kind of segue with him and be like, all right, dude, I've been reserving my learning from a specific topic from the Old Testament era. And he's an Old Testament guy, if you will. I'm more of I like the New Testament more and stuff, and the Greek and the the stories with Jesus and stuff more than the old stuff. We've talked about Elephantine Island and Gnostic informants videos on that, and different debates where he's talked about it. And I think we all have a pretty good understanding as to there's a good potential when those texts were when they were written. And we might have Gnostic Informant and Stephen Nelson also on today from Cross Bible if they are free. It's on Sunday. You'll think you have the day off, and the next thing you know, you got to do a bunch of important adult stuff. And so I definitely, understand for sure. But I wanted to log on and make sure that we all got a chance to, put a video up and have conversation and, let everybody take a turn talking about what they got going on in their world. And but Amanda, you made any new videos yet?
No, I'm still trying to finish editing the ones that I had done with Lord Cameron and Tiger Shark, and I have another one that I've done with Lilith, Tea with Lilith.
Okay.
But yeah, it's just because on top of my equipment is a little bit older, so the editing in the browser, it just takes so long. But on top of that, I'm trying to catch up with work stuff with the audiobook production company that I work with. So it's like a double-edged sword, but I am working on it. But that's one of the reasons I appreciate, the opportunity to jump on with the other people's stuff. So I did have a question because I'm not like the biggest fan of the whole brothel thing. So just the whole, Gnostic brothel, just for those that don't understand what the hell that is, those are kind of trigger words.
Yeah, so the just as a disclaimer for sure, I'm glad you brought that up. So the titles of these live streams often change after we have all the guests that jump on after we've started, after, a guest brings up a topic that leads us down this thing and we're pulling up text and, whatever. Then the titles change afterwards. But Gnostic Informant was called he was called a brothel. So in trying to get him to want to come on, I put that as the title. It's an inside joke, but not everybody knows. So I definitely, people in the comments, if you're like, what is this?
Yeah, it's just poking fun at not being called a brothel.
It's a Greek philologist was nicknamed one of our friends that, so we were making fun of that.
I just want to take this opportunity that my cult disavows any relation to.
Right. Say that again.
Yes, if I don't want to, I said my cult disavows any. I'm sorry.
Affiliation.
Yes, affiliation. I don't want to say I'm just touching on Amanda. I don't want to say that I agree with any of the guests either.
You know what
necessarily, unless I specifically state so.
Right.
Professional.
Well, that's why I was.
Politeness.
Let's see. I could actually do something. I could probably actually change that.
I don't know. I'm not big on trigger warnings and stuff. I think that's a bunch of silliness.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah. You know what? You actually can. You can go in and you can
it's such a my eggshells are more important than your eggshells mentality. I don't know. It's I don't know.
Well, it's only good if it opens up dialogue. If not,
using your triggers to shut people up is all I see. It's like, okay, well, you're just closing off discourse.
Well, I'm not okay with the bullying either. That's really what I'm.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, bullying is wrong, but it's just using your triggers to silence people is a form of bullying.
And also the whole Gnostic brothel thing wasn't just directed to one person. It was a few channels based on the concept or the accusation that the focus maybe was more on making money than actually teaching or something to that effect.
which is also silly because people have to feed their families,
Yeah.
right? Like, who? How do you know these people are making enough money?
Yeah.
How do you know these people are making what's the word? Expendable funds. You know, just because they're making money doesn't mean everything they're making is expendable income. They still have their property taxes, their houses, their food, their families. Who knows what other bills they have?
It's just something to say to make one feel like their reasons are better than someone else's. It's nothing.
Yeah, right. Like it's and that's
just
not
to clarify.
That's not to shit on the people who call the other people brothel. I mean,
Exactly.
I don't know. I just don't like chastising people at all, really.
Well, that's a different thing.
Jim,
Yeah.
We gotta get
I don't think you want to see me smile, man. My teeth are horrible.
I got this lamp too. I feel like I'm going blind right now. Oh, is that better?
Yeah.
Let's see. No, so the book, WitchDoctor Christianity, it's pretty much done. All right. The bulk of everything's written. The citations I have extra citations for every chapter on any of the articles that even just pertained to whatever the chapters were about at the moment, which could be deleted if they weren't good enough or if it was like back writing a book. So one thing that I think is you can write a chapter and then you can find articles that go along with what you're saying, if you will, after the fact, instead of reading all these articles and then formulating a response, And I'm not saying that's the way that you should always do things, but that's kind of how I did the book. Was I wrote the bulk majority of the book, then I sort of went and found everything that had to do with that topic, and then had to go back in and went and re-edited the opinions and whatnot, that were in there. The Burning Purple, the quest for the Burning Purple has become this awesome thing where there's the Purple Jesus song from Dr. Till. Hopefully we can get him on today too. It's Sunday, so who knows what people's days are like, but Dr. Till has an AI song also. What's it called, Marcel?
Jesus the Purple Man. It's really funny.
Purple Man, let's do it.
It's such a funny song.
Well, hold on. Did the channel get deleted?
One of them did, yes.
So does this new one have the Purple Man anymore?
Yes.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Yes, of course. He's got everything backed up because he streams the Rumble too, right? So and Rumble is more lenient on their TOS rules. You can do a lot more on them.
What's this new channel called?
Hold on, let me get the link. I'll get the link. Hold on.
Cool. I say I can type in Dr. Till, but I don't know if it'll pull up. Considering he's, I did change the title to the Gnostic Podcast, which I think is okay. That's a pretty good, because I wanted a name for the show anyway if it was going to change to sort of like this kind of format when we did lives and stuff. So I was like, well, I need a name for it, but I didn't want to steal any of our friends' names for projects they're working on and use it in any way. So I guess this is actually going to work. I'll do that. Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm gonna pull up that song.
I put it in the chat.
Ministry of Dude.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool that everybody's chat is being combined here on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like Nerdy Rodent, I think is from Amanda or Hillary's channel, somebody else's channel. That mod there, they're all.
Yeah, I don't know who.
Yeah, that's from somebody else. Like all the channels are being combined here in the YouTube, the chats, right? It's neat.
All right, so I found his channel. I got it. Let's see.
I didn't realize that channel had created that song too. There's so many people creating parody songs of each other. And with the AI, everything sounds so good now.
Let's hide current.
when he said it brought a woman out of his side is a process of, I can show you text, is a process of sexual activity, engaging the flanks. Have you ever engaged a woman in the
what video is
flank?
it?
Put that energy into the flank. Boom! Bring it from both
Oh, this might. I don't think this is the song. It might be. We'll see.
sides. Boom! Just shoot it right in. You know what I mean? And it's the sex
The title
cult.
says,
You made that clear last.
the title says an original song. So I think this is just like a prelude.
Yeah. Okay. Because the song is like an upbeat, like 70s disco song.
Now
It's
remember,
really
people,
funny.
how is this person getting this stuff? How is Amen getting this stuff? It's just text out there in Greek. And you can look at these people.
Oh, here we go.
Engage your flames. Jesus was the purple man, living in a purple land, snake bite to the hand, and a dope from a boy's gland. This Jesus, the purple man. Let me levitate into your dreams. I will make love so cosmically. Take off my flesh, you don't need the rest. I'm a man.
Just so I don't get booted off, because this isn't my song. This is hilarious.
No, you both
take your guess. Is it me, the purple man? Jesus was the purple man, living in a desert, purple land. Snake bite to the head, antidote from a boy's gland. It's Jesus, the purple man. Next slide, Chewy. I just sweep all the leftover Greek that they're too afraid to sneak a peek. No, I ain't monetized, so look into my eyes. The truth never dies, the Medea is the real Christ. I got fired for all my lies and sexual assault. It's not my fault. Jesus was the purple man, living in a purple land. Snake bite to the hand, antidote from a boy's gland. It's Jesus, the purple man. No, goddammit, no. Do you understand? All these sexy guardians are engaging my
Oh my gosh, this is awesome. I'm just gonna skip forward just a little bit for the audience sake and so that I don't get booted.
land. Snake bite to the hand, antidote from a boy's gland. Jesus was the purple man, living in a purple land. Snake bite to the hand, antidote from a boy's gland. It's Jesus, the purple man. It's Jesus, the purple man. It's Jesus, the purple man.
All right.
I have a question. On this.
Yeah.
This is the music video that they were playing on that video that you were on, right, Marcel, when they went on?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I kind of skimmed through that video where you were on that panel and they played the song, I don't think I really listened to the words very much. You know, I was just like, it was kind of overwhelming with the sounds and some of the lyrics, but really visually because of them incorporating Dr. Hillman and everything. But now that you guys played it again, are the words really disrespectful? I didn't see anything that was disrespectful, aside from just using his footage. But if it's not using
it's just
it
a bit
to
of humor. It's just satire.
They did
Like, it's
imply
not.
that he lied.
Yeah,
I mean,
They implied that he got fired for lies and sexual assault.
he's a funny dude. And even what he's doing is he's doing the same stuff that like comedians do at like roasts, where you're friends, but you're bashing them for whatever the public has gotten to know about you. You're not pulling skeletons out the closet, just the stuff that other people have talked about. And you're allowed to, with the poetic license of this being a song and being comedy, you're allowed to not let it offend you because it's making fun of everybody else too that made the videos about all of this stuff and just the whole thing, you know. But not. That's why I like using AI too, because then it's not like I put 6 months of work into a song that be like, you know, in case it's a little too hard or something, you know. And AI has a way of making it like perfect.
Yeah, it's just satire, man. Like if people can't laugh at how silly some of Amon's claims sound, whether they're real or not, it's just humor, man. It's ridiculous that people just can't have a joke.
But I have a question. It doesn't really seem like the lyrics are satirical, because aren't the lyrics saying these things that are being claimed? We didn't see all the lyrics, but they're saying, like, you know, the man and the young boys clan and the snake bite, all that stuff is alluding to the things that are being discussed as actually having happened.
Yeah,
so
but
that's not satire.
It's still being used as satire, right? That's what satire is.
Well, it's controversial, which is why I made my songs, because it was kind of like I was trying to make a Monty Python sort of take at a new theory that I had found while writing this book, which was all of the Amon stuff and the Big Lebowski theory and, you know, all of that. And I did find out that there has for a long time been this theory. I never knew that version of it was going to be a thing. But having seen Dr. Till on his other show, he doesn't believe that stuff. So I guess that bit of information.
Okay, so that
be taken into consideration.
Yeah,
he was making fun of my videos.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
yeah, I don't know much about that.
Yeah, so my videos are the PG-13 version of like Amon's, sort of. More or less educated, if you will, like as far as what I'm showing people. I'm not showing a lot of text and stuff. I'm just showing like just like one verse out a codex I copy and pasted. So, and I don't have a background. But I made those songs as a way to kind of try to promote the page, but they didn't get a lot of views, honestly. They got like 600 at the most. And so that wasn't even as like I had one video like 15, and it was like
using irony or exaggeration to criticize how silly something can look is what satire is, and that's all the song is doing.
Yeah, well, I didn't realize that what WitchDoctor was pointing out was that the person putting it together, because they aren't trying to pass on the teachings, they are just using it for like a parody or just to.
Yeah, they're just making it's like a parody. It's just parody, man. Like it's not meant to be some crazy slanderous attack.
Yeah, well, I mean that's what you get if you put yourself out there on the YouTube or anywhere, I guess.
Yeah, like if you're gonna put yourself out there and it seems kind of silly, even I'm not saying Amon's work is right or wrong, but some of it does seem silly, so people are gonna parody it, whether it's right or wrong.
I relate with his personality.
Yeah,
I try to control it.
Amon parodies Christianity. How does he expect people to not parody him?
Yeah, I know. That's why I kind of. So that's why I like
all of Amon's work is a parody of Christianity. If you think people aren't going to parody your work, you are out to lunch.
I haven't heard that one in a while.
So I relate to what his show is all together. If my mom was here right now, she would tell you this guy sounds like Steven when he gets going, you know, at least how I used to, like before, you know, things that have made me a little less intense, if you will. And so there's something about that makes me always really like the stuff and the content. I will say at this point now, my brain is very fried from, it's been about a year, I guess. It was when we were going to my wife's show last April. I had just found him the year before. And I was driving to Utah, and I remember, you know, being up there and even like watching the videos and stuff, and just now starting to hear about some of that stuff. And I mean, I've always found it really fascinating. But yesterday, Gnostic Informant. So I got made fun of for something, right? I got made fun of, sort of. I got made fun of in a soft punching up manner, you know, which is common because a lot of my friends are kind of like that, and I can take it, whatever. So so I made the comment about the Old Testament, considering like how choppy ancient Hebrew is and stuff. And everybody's been yelling at Neil like, You're wrong. You're wrong. The Hebrew wasn't first. The Hebrew wasn't first. And they had this awesome video last night where Steven Nelson came on and showed all kinds of stuff.
Last night's video was great. Yeah.
Dude, it was. I'll even pull it up for a second.
And they argued that in some instances, it looks like they argued that it's basically impossible to tell what came first, and that in
some stuff is Greek first.
Yeah, some stuff is Greek first. And they argued it really looks like the Hebrew and the Greek are written from an earlier source that we've lost.
Right.
Like it's easier to say that they were both written at the same time than arguing what came first.
Well,
truth be told, it doesn't fucking matter what came first.
Right, for sure. And I know that we have to kind of lean into the topics a little bit to make this episode great for sure. So let's lean into it a little bit. While everyone that's, still doing stuff who's a little bit late today, it's not a big deal. It's not like we really have an agenda, but I do have some stuff I was going to pull up whenever we kind of reach the end of a topic or whatever. So let me share screen here. Gnostic conformance. I feel like I stole his name and I'm grifting off of his name. So let's go.
How?
I'm just joking, but like in a way, I'm just joking because I use the word Gnostic so much, like especially when I had all those other lives up.
Oh yeah.
Gnostic MTV, Gnostic VH1, Gnostic.
Well, he doesn't, I'm sure he doesn't think that he owns that word. I don't think I've ever seen that.
He would say something if that was the case.
He's always been cool, yeah.
Yeah, he's really Neil's a fucking nice guy, man. He's nice to us anyway.
So I believe this is around. If they see this, maybe they'll jump on and kind of tell us where they covered exactly what we were just saying, because this is a full transparency. I mean, am I looking at it? Are we good?
Yeah, I can see it.
If it was black on the replay, it is now showing. Okay, so
it's
sometimes if you don't click back to the screen, it stays black. But anyway, so let me turn this volume up a little bit and make this bigger so you don't see all these stupid bodybuilding video thumbnails over here to the right. I'm not gay, right?
In literature, Baruch. The Prayer of Monosec, the wisdom, the books that are included in Catholic and Orthodox Bibles that are called Apocrypha by Christians and Deuterocanonical by those who have them in their Bible. Those were originally written in Greek, right?
Yeah.
They have all of the hallmarks.
Quite a few.
They have all of the hallmarks of original Greek compositions, and there's no reason to, like, we've known for thousands of years that these were all originally written in Greek, and that is part of the reason why they are relegated to the Deuterocanon, right? Like the ones that have been enshrined in the canon, we know those were originally Hebrew, and I mean we as in the public who is informed by the scholarship. But that doesn't mean that all, there are huge sections of Daniel that were original Greek compositions.
Right.
They have wordplay.
And that's why when you look at these pseudepigraphid sources, these are Old Testament remixes, if you will, to use a modern term. They're like apocryphal remixes of Old Testament literature, and their original compositions are Greek. Most of them, not all of them. Some of them are Hebrew, some are Aramaic, some are Latin even, but most of them are Greek. And so in the Hellenistic period, you do find a lot of Greek original sources. We're not here to play on Team Hebrew versus Team Greek. That's silly to me. I don't care which one came first. If I had to choose, I want the Greek to be first. I like Greek better. Just my personal opinion. I don't care about which one I like better. I care about what the facts on the ground are, which is what we're trying to figure out. Otherwise, what are we doing?
But when people who are pushing the Greek first theory, like when Danny Jones asks, like, well, how could you possibly know which was first? Well, we know that we know what the pattern looks like. When something's originally Greek, it has the hallmarks of an original Greek composition. Scholars are not confused by this. This is not like when you're an expert in like Greek and Hebrew.
Sorry. All right, I'm back. So just for a second. So I really liked this, and I tried to pay attention the whole time, but I will say in full transparency, I got off work yesterday, and we got our son back from his other parents. So he came back. So I was trying to hang out with them last night a little bit, but I paid attention most of this. And what everybody from the Babylon side of the house has been leaning into, it's been something to the effect of, let me get rid of this for a second. Something along the lines of, and they talked about this last night. They want, I personally, just full transparency, I have always looked for some kind of information that really just captures other people's attention. Maybe it's because I'm annoying and I want to have that kind of stuff, and other people just aren't like that. They don't want to have these, oh wow, things to say. Maybe that says something about the personality I have or used to have. And there's still, probably a lot of that that's still there. But I've always, even when I was an atheist, I would always try to, back in the day when I was hostile about it, I would always try to have these debates with people, and it was two idiots arguing with each other. And it's, looking back now, it just seems like such a waste of freaking energy. Being older now and not having energy to do shit. It's just kind of like, how did I sit there for an hour and debate with this person? Blah, 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 blah. And neither one of us know what the hell we're talking about. It's just so funny how we think we know so much when we're younger, and then you get older and you're like, God, I don't know shit. It's like, let me actually start reading this stuff, and it's, you read it, and it's like, okay, yeah, there's a lot of, this is interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's nothing wrong with like hearing everybody's theory too and whatnot. But Steve was talking about how they're, Greek being such a dominant language. And I guess this is the piece that people don't say when they do the rebuttal videos to Greek being first. And honestly, I haven't ever said this either, other than I got made fun of for saying things could have happened more like this, where this piece gets written and then this piece gets written, but this guy writes Greek because it was the dominant language of the time, and Hebrew's dead. So it's like then they rewrite it in Hebrew, and then they add, so it ends up becoming really kind of like this big camouflage, a Venn diagram or kaleidoscope of, different times in both languages, and even the Aramaic stuff that they said was, predating some of the Septuagint writings and whatnot. But he also talks about how many Septuagints there were. So. Just for everybody that's watching this that didn't watch that last night, crossbible.com, they have this huge timeline on the website. And some people are more visual learners. I am, for sure, as the dumb art kid. So if you look at that, it'll really help kind of organize these titles that we're trying to memorize, like Africanus, Sinaiticus, Vaticanus, and stuff. And I'm saying them all wrong probably, but those, you're trying to see when certain stuff was written. So many things were being rewritten when this was being written again. And so it's really layered. And so having that timeline, I can just pull it up real quick and someone stop me if they think of anything pertaining to that. Let's see. All right, Cross Bible. So you can go to this timeline here. This is what he was pulling up last night. They have this for sale that you can put, and it's thinking. They have this for sale. It's $35, and just like how a lot of us here are guitarists, we have posters of all the guitar scales. That way, when we're learning songs, we don't have to look at another tab on the computer. We can just look over at it and see it. This here, for guys making content, could be an extremely powerful tool. And Steven's got a pedigree that I can trust. At least there's been what colleges would call scholarly research behind everything he's put on it. Because he does come from academia, and if I'm not mistaken, he's got a Russian background. And that, it's another Proto-Indo-European, lineage, or however, family tree, if you will. And I don't know a lick of Russian at all, but Russian's hard, from what the guys in the army were saying. They said it's very difficult compared to Spanish. So I don't think I would have qualified for Russian if I had ever done something cool like that. But so let's zoom in here a little bit and take a look here. So some of the stuff that he was pointing out was stuff that I mentioned in the email to him and Gnostic yesterday, saying, hey, we're going to go live and we're going to look at stuff, because every time we have Gnostic Informant on, the comments get riddled with the argument still, just which one was first and stuff. And it's like, it's really not that simple. And so I think that's the takeaway here. For anybody that's trying to learn, it's like, look, there's so many things being written at once through these centuries to where it's not a 15-minute YouTube with a laptop in your lap. It's not that kind of, and I'm not trying to make fun of anybody, but I'm just saying that's not the, you have to kind of look at this. And this is a very militarized kind of spreadsheet, if you will, but you got the Proto-Masoretic text far left here. Let's see. Now he does have something to limit the size of this because this is a huge timeline that theoretically goes back further before 400 BC. Obviously, there's the Elephant Island migration and all this stuff we've talked about. That's before this. It lasted into this, but before this, I think it was approximately mid 500s to mid 400 BC. And this is the famous thing that I always say when we're talking about Hebrew stuff is that, the stories of Moses and Abraham, they weren't apparently any signs of the story, at least from the stuff, the thousands of papyri, I'm quoting Gnostic informant, the thousands of papyri scrolls that were there. They didn't have a story of Noah or Abraham, at least not yet, or at least not in the stockpile of stuff that was left, I guess. I don't know how to properly explain that, but so that was a kind of a big eyebrow raise when they'll kind of refer to the Old Testament being 1,300 years old. God gave Moses a copy of the book, and it's just kind of funny when people say stuff like that because that's very normal for religions to say stuff like that. But what freaking planet are you on? Like, that's just not. Like, no one's ever done this. So he does have a disclaimer here. It says, this timeline of the Bible does not attempt to assign dates to the original composition of the biblical books. So just like how the rapper writes down some lyrics on a napkin, wherever that napkin was for 3 months, he wrote it on a composition book, and then eventually maybe he typed it up, and and then by then it's been added on to, and it's been altered, and we've all done that. I'm sure we've all, everybody here is a freaking musician, so you've all written stuff, and we do it with our own work. I have the early drafts of songs, and then I have the finalized ones that I mailed to myself to self-copyright it and stuff. And they've the evolution of it's just like a book or anything else. It gets more complex and layered and better with time. So the Proto-Masoretic texts, Proto-Septuagint Hebrew sources, for anyone that hasn't looked at this timeline, I'm just kind of going down the 400 BC. I'm not going to do the whole thing. So he talked about that last night on that show. This is probably actually one of the best episodes I've seen in a while, honestly. It was hard to not watch it, even though he did make me like a moderator last night. So I was kind of like trying to see what you get to do when you're a moderator. I've never been one. So I was definitely paying attention a little bit more because of that, because I was trying to see, we had Carl Karsnark, he showed up and started shitting all over the place. And it was just like, so I was like, time out. Let me see how this works. So we had Old Testament canon, the Tanakh, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Pentateuch, Torah, poetry and wisdom, writings. We got Steve Jobs, Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes. Sorry if I say some of this stuff wrong. I say Pharisees.
Yeah, Ecclesiastes. Yeah, Ecclesiastes.
Ecclesiastes. I'm just.
I love that one.
Old Testament text times Hebrew Masoretic. Okay, sorry. It's just the key. So for people that are making content now, or for people that are in the middle of debates and stuff, I don't want to pull up the "what your pastor didn't tell you" thing. Because if you don't like him, you're not going to want to watch the video. With Dr. Kip, if you don't like Dr. Kip, you're not going to watch the video because it's got Dr. Karitko in it. And Dr. Karitko is a professor of Septuagint studies. Now, I know that academia, we get this bad light sometimes on academia. Let me remove this. Just wanted to pimp out Cross Bible for a second. So we do get this, we get this sort of animosity towards academia sometimes, especially when we talk about seminary school and stuff. And I don't think necessarily, I don't think it's necessarily by design. I just think that they definitely, they're not going to make any kind of claims to the stuff that we've heard, you know, not in a university like that's oriented towards keeping like the business of it going, if you will. It's like going to business school to go run a business, going to seminary school, you know, you learn how to run your seminary, you know, so it's similar concept. I'm sure, you know, you can't not pay the light bills and stuff in places, and you know, you have to, it's running a business too. And what they teach, I'm sure, is sort of highlighted, you know, pre-highlighted material that has, you know, not vague messages, but, you know, sort of generic messages that we all tell each other or tell our kids and stuff, you know, do the right thing and moralistic stuff, you know. And so it's kind of changed the religion a little bit from the stuff that we're all really into, you know, for sure. So I defend Christianity a lot just because of the stuff that in Iraq and, you know, like my grandparents and stuff, they're all Christians and they're really good people. So, you know, I defend them in that light, but then I also am the same guy that will say it's been 2,000 years of crap. And then now it's, you know, nice or whatever. So,
can I say something?
Absolutely.
And ask, you know, if you could bring up the Cross Bible website again, because I just looked it up the other day. I hadn't actually looked at that website before. And what's really cool about it is it shows several, instead of just comparing two different translations, it does several at once. So if you could throw in Proverbs 4:7 into wherever they do that there. And then, so Proverbs 4:7. So I just want to say two things. And that would be first, that if you are a person that believes in the Christ and loves the Bible as scripture, and you do not acknowledge that there is this timeline and stuff to learn about for the contextual understanding of the whole book, you know, the good book, then how can you call yourself a true Christian or believer? You know, like that's where you have to start. A lot of people start where they think that the Bible is a document that was written literally by God. They ignore that there is a fact of time existing and that was written. We can't even conceptualize. I don't think we really can think about what can happen within 500 years, let alone over 2,000 years. And these are different texts over these whole times that we're talking about. So we should have some grace. So I don't understand where there is a hesitation where any Christian or Bible believer doesn't want to learn about the true translation or the true lands and context that they're coming from, why they say certain phrases. It's because of the way things happen certain ways that we're so out of touch with it. If you claim to love the Bible and Christ and all of this, then please understand that to show that love, you would take the time to learn. I mean, this is in the Old Testament, Proverbs. So this applies to all the Abrahamic faiths, right? Because they all believe in the Old Testament. So I mean, people like to weaponize verses. These are the verses to combat those things with. Do you know what I mean? So that would just be my advice and observation, just because we do talk about Christianity a lot. And I consider myself, I don't like the label Christian because those people don't even know what Christ taught if you ask them. So I always say if forced, then the label I would take is red letter. But even that is already a thing. People already identify as that. That's an organization. But the whole point of even saying that is like, if you want to follow Christ, the teacher, he didn't say, oh, become Christians, guys. Call yourselves little me's. No, he said to become a disciple of those teachings. And what he was teaching, they referred to as the way. All of this stuff comes. People don't have enough contextual knowledge about the scriptures. I encourage people to study the contextual things in order to fully be able to embrace and love what you're saying you do. That's all.
I mean, well, there's a lot of verses in the Bible that condone slavery.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If we're gonna weaponize these things, weaponize the positive ones.
Like I just put some in the private chat, like Leviticus 25 verse 44 to 46, or Exodus 21 verses 2 to 7, or Deuteronomy 20 verses 10 to 18. Like explain these verses, and I don't think you can.
Well, I have a question. Like a lot of Christians can't answer this, but when asked directly, what did the Christ figure say was the most important commandment? When asked directly multiple times in different ways.
I don't know.
To love God above all else.
Yeah, to love. Yeah, exactly. I wish I remembered. It's been so long since I had these verses offhand, but to love God with all your mind, soul. I don't want to do it wrong. Hold on. First, what's most important commandment? There's. It's like in Mark and Matthew, to love God with all your heart, soul, and mind, and to love your neighbor as yourself. These two commandments are considered the most important. Oh, because it says, that the prophets and the laws hang off of it. Let me get the verses so we could look it up. So this is Matthew 22, 36 through 40. I don't know if you want to throw it up there again, if it matters.
Matthew, my second favorite. All right. So, Matthew, which one?
Matthew 22, 36 through 40. Right. Teacher, what is the greatest commandment in the law? Jesus replied, love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your mind. This is the first and greatest commandment. And the second is like it. Love your neighbor as yourself. All the law and the prophets hang on these two commandments. What fucking Christian says that? It's asinine, and I also advise that if you are talking to somebody and they don't have enough contextual understanding, just drop it. Just drop it.
And yet one of the other things Jesus says is you must be like children, and what he means by that is children have the innocence of sympathy and empathy. They're born with that. It's been scientifically proven that like there was not an experiment, but they showed that like a dog like scared a baby, and then the dog like knew that it did that and felt empathy towards scaring the baby. Like animals and children have they're born with empathy and sympathy, and that's what he means. Is that like you just need to be like, which is what love your neighbor means. Like being like children extrapolates out to loving your neighbor, basically.
You could say that too. And then there's three different ones. So it's Matthew, and then there's one in Mark and in Luke. But
a guy did a video yesterday about that. Actually, it's really good. It's the same thing as what the blue fairy teaches in Pinocchio. Basically. The lesson of the blue fairy in Pinocchio is the same lessons that Jesus teaches.
That's interesting. I'm gonna have to look at that.
Yeah.
You think that's a Vedic or Eastern? The blue?
No, the blue fairy in Pinocchio the lesson he gives Pinocchio to make him a real boy is the same lesson that Jesus teaches.
I see what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah, but she gives Pinocchio a lesson that Jiminy Cricket then tries to teach to him, and then in the end, it finally succeeds, and he becomes a real boy. It's the same thing. It's like it's like becoming a Jesusite is the way the guy calls it in his video.
Oh, will you send that to me, Marcel?
Yeah, I can. I'll do it after the stream.
So one of the things that back when I had the PowerPoint presentations up, to get the channel some kind of content, I talked about John 4:14. Now we've talked about, for those that are new here, we've talked about different verses from the Bible, and my big investigation was to see if maybe some of these metaphors had anything to do with entheogenic drinks or some kind of concoction of some sort, just given the artwork from the time, Jesus and the magic wand, whatever. You know, so there's this story, and John's the fourth, if I'm not mistaken. Some of the guys that I watch have talked about John being the fourth book. If I'm not mistaken,
I mean,
it's
in the order, but not
Mark,
Go ahead.
Matthew, Luke, then John.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. But that's not even the order that they found out about them. They threw them like that for some reason. I forget offhand.
Yeah. So it was like Bart Ehrman, even though Gnostic Informant really he laid into him. Well, I shouldn't say like that bad, but he laid into Bart Ehrman a little bit. Said he's an old guard. Somebody like my mom kind of could probably relate to this. When she heard about Holy Blood, Holy Grail, that's an alternate theory. So then any alternate theories after that you hear about, you don't accept, but you accept this one theory that you found out about before it was popular or whatever. And I think that happens a little bit, like I think Steve said, that it was happening in the comments at the moment. But I think that does still happen some, because I like to try to protect theories, to really just see everything there is there, even knowing if it's just the odds of something being just so incredibly unlikely and ridiculous sometimes. I still like to entertain it as like a creative thought, you know. But John 4:14, but whoever drinks the water I give them will never thirst. Indeed, the water I give them will become in them a spring of water welling up to eternal life. In this context, this is just ChatGPT. Jesus offering spiritual life, eternal life through himself, phrase welling up to eternal life. You know, and I wonder if these, you know, it would make sense from our perspective in people that have had entheogens and stuff to think that, you know, potentially this guy, this madman magician, you know, that ran around with all these dudes. He's a rabbi, but he was unorthodox and he didn't do things the way they liked him to. He's a redneck from up there in the, you know, it's now Palestine, you know, it's just over there. And so, you know, I just wonder if maybe that's what was happening during the Jewish revolt. And we've looked at all the other texts too, to just try to, you know, how unlikely would that be? All this Theriac and Greek stuff that's floating around and influence and whatnot. I would love to know. I'd like to ask them if they do jump on today, like what they think about that, and just sort of ask them black and, you know, blank, you know, just sort of, what do you think about drugs back then? Do you think any of that, you know, and just let them elaborate some, you know, because they might have it. They might think that, you know, I'm not exactly sure. And they might not, and that could change depending on just, you know, they might have it. They might think that. I do hear it feed.
Oh yeah, I just started hearing that too. I did throw in the 2 other links in the chat that have to do with those commandments, because it gives a little bit more flesh around, you know, because the verses are a little bit different. And then in this mass comment section on the StreamYard, there is somebody that said, Jesus said, follow me. So calling yourself a Christian literally means follower of Christ. It's not a violation. LOL. They don't know what Christian means, the origin. So just a reminder.
Yeah, Jesus wasn't even a Christian.
Yeah. And Jesus wasn't even his name. J existed at the time. So
yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
all of the things. So
like Christianity wasn't solidified to what it is today until like 400 AD or something, like 500 AD. There was like 400 years of like 40 different Christian sects. Maybe that number's wrong. I'm over exaggerating. But like Christianity wasn't solidified into a single orthodoxy until like the Council of Laodicea or something like that. I think that's when it happened.
Oh no, Mark 12. Okay, here we go. And then we have what, 28. So here we go. 28 through 34. So we got, and one of the scribes came, and having heard them reasoning together, and pursuing that he had and answered them well, asked him which is the first commandment of all. Jesus answered him, the first of the commandments is, "Oh, hear, O Israel, our Lord is one Lord. Oh, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy mind and with all thy strength." And this is the first commandment. The second is namely this: thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. There is no other commandment greater than these.
And then, go ahead.
No, interesting. Yeah. I mean,
Well,
of all the verses I've heard, I don't know if I've read this one specifically, you know, without it being just trying to get through the whole chapter of Mark and not really paying attention at a certain point. But yeah, its second is like, namely, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. There was no
and then the one in Luke, I think that one is the one that leads into the parable of the Good Samaritan, because they're like, oh, well, who is my neighbor? So then that's where the whole story of the Good Samaritan comes from, because they said, who treated that man as a neighbor? And it was the one that ministered to him, not the one that was a priest that couldn't even be bothered to stop. You know what I mean? Like, you just had the reference to the Good Samaritan in the ChatGPT thing.
Yes, it was a slightly different story though. The story in John was, let me make sure I don't have the screen share. Hold on. So the story in John 4:14 was a woman at a well that was getting.
Oh, that's right, different Samaritan.
Yeah. So that, but but like you're right though. The books do have the same stories, and sometimes they vary a little bit.
And do many people acknowledge even what is so weird or special about the Samaritans, and why it was important that it was a Samaritan that Christ talked to at the well and a Samaritan that attended the man in the Good Samaritan story? Like the difference, because the Samaritans, they have similar origins. Like that's why their dialogue with the woman on the well, she kind of mentions it about, aren't we from the same, talking about the same place of worship originally and stuff like that. That's what it's in reference to, because there was a split, but they came from the same people. But because there was a split, the Jewish people considered them like a veil reprove or not worthy. And so that's why they weren't supposed to even talk to them. And yet, not only did Christ go and speak to a woman at the well, but it was a type of woman that his people would not have approved of him speaking to because of this weird stuff in their backstory of peoples at that time. And then for him to tell the story about who is treating someone as a neighbor, for it to be a Samaritan that, again, has a negative stereotype.
Right. It's almost like they're trying to sort of create a narrative with Samaritan, if you will. The comment, there cometh the woman from Samaria to draw water. Jesus said unto her, give me to drink. For his disciples were gone away into the city to buy food. Is it Sharon? Okay. The Samaritan woman therefore said unto him, how is that thou, being a Jew, ask drink of me, who am a Samaritan woman? For Jews have no dealings with Samaritans. Jesus answered and said unto her, if thou knowest the gift of God, and said that it is that saith to thee, give me to drink, thou wouldst have asked of him, and he would have given thee living water. The woman said unto him, sir, thou hast the draw with, and well is deep. Whence is thou that living water? Art thou greater than Father Jacob, who gave us the well, and drank there for himself, and his sons, and his cattle? Jesus answered and said unto her, everyone that drinketh of this water shall thirst again. But whosoever drinketh the water that I shall give them shall never thirst. But the water that I shall give him shall become in him a well of water springing up with, or unto eternal life. The woman said unto him, sir, give me this water, thou I thirst not, neither come all the way hither to draw. She said unto her, go, call thy husband, and come hither. What'd you say? No, nothing? Oh, I thought somebody said something. Sorry. Nothing? So, we don't have Chase yet?
No. Yeah, but I just put in chat. I found the answer to the thing I was trying to fix, so we can do that after the stream.
Go ahead. Oh, you did with the.
Yeah, I found the answer. We just got to enable something later. When we can do that later. Don't worry about it now.
And then just to clarify, the whole thing about the contention is that the Samaritans believed that the mountain for worship was Mount. I don't want to say the names wrong, but anyway, that was the whole thing, is that they believed that the place of worship were different, so that's why there was some bad blood or whatever. But yeah, we can definitely move on or whatever.
For sure. Well, I had another email from one of our friends. Sorry, let me fix this here. And Tiger Shark and me and Chase, he'll probably jump on any minute now, and I can kind of wait for him to talk a little bit more about it too. But Exodus 30, so let's go. This is one that I believe, looked at once before, maybe.
And earlier, Chase said that he was on the way. So I guess we would see him in the waiting room.
Oh, yeah, it's all cool. And I mean, a lot of guys were like, yeah, I might be free, I might not be and stuff. So, and I wasn't going to not go live, but I also wasn't going to, go on too early and then stay on too late either, too, just because I got my son home and stuff. So, I'll do this for a little bit, and then, we'll go do stuff. We're going to the pool later, so that'll be cool.
I was also curious if you were going to share a video of Johnny Harmonic, because I know that was on the
yes
thing, too.
Oh, you have anything new, dude, that's been in your world? Your mic is also off, just to let you know.
You're muted on StreamYard.
Muted.
I got him. I unmuted him.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Can you hear me now? No, I've been doing an open mic night every Wednesday, so I posted a video of that on my Lord Cameron.
Oh, cool. Let's go look. Let's see. I was going to look at a few pages today, but then, like I said, a lot of guys weren't.
I know.
Be able to make it.
Bearcat is saying Reverend Johnny Harmonic, but I posted it on my Lord Cameron.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was reading the syllabus, and
you're good. Because I do my live stream on Reverend Johnny Harmonic's page. Well, it's posted on the Lord Cameron one, though.
Oh, true.
You got it, or you need a link?
Well, I do need a link, only because it's not pulling up my subscriptions. There we go.
Lord Cameron, you're talking about the what in the hell is this loading? The one where you were doing the organ keyboard. Oh my goodness, what is this? YouTube.
Yeah, so what I do, I take my timer and I do an improv set for however long the timer is, and then I flip it over and do another. I think it's about 30 minutes. So I'll do a piano piece and then I'll do a pipe organ piece.
Brojo's 420 campaign.
Have you set up the dual keyboards yet, or no?
So I did get a hold of another keyboard, but I'm having issues with the input. So it has like a loud buzzing noise. So what I want to do is run it through this. So I'm actually running this microphone through my keyboard. So hopefully when I do my live stream later tonight, I'll actually have a microphone. And then I can also play the keyboard on it too.
So what was the video called? I'm there now.
Okay, yeah, I sent the link.
Oh, you did? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Nice. I was going into I actually went to that concert and it was awesome. Me and my wife went
Cool.
to Be Alive. Oh my God, it was so cool. All right, nice, Johnny. Cool. I was you told me you were doing that open mic stuff and I wasn't sure what you were putting up. Just haven't been watching anything lately at all. But no, that was awesome.
What I loved is that you could hear everybody go silent when you started getting into it.
It's like an open air theater. It's really cool.
Quieter and quieter.
And then just because I meant to throw it out there, in those verses where it was asked, what's the greatest commandment? There is a note that says that what he's referring to when he does say to love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, strength, and mind, and your neighbor as yourself, are quotes from Deuteronomy 6:5 and Leviticus 19:18. So I forgot to mention that too, because just to tie it in with the Old and New Testament, since people need that sometimes.
What was it? Deuteronomy
6:8.
All right, still I got the New International Version. 6:8. All right, so tie them as symbols on your hands and bind
6:5. Sorry, 6:5.
5. Okay. Love thy Lord, your God, with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your strength. Not to say it funny, but these commandments that I give you today are to be on your hearts. Okay.
Impress them on your children. And then Leviticus 19:18.
Do not seek revenge or bear a grudge against anyone among your people, but love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. Keep my decrees. Do not make different kinds of animals. Do not mate different kinds of animals. Agreed. Do not plant your field with two kinds of seed. Do not wear clothing woven of two kinds of material. Well, hold on a minute. And not to be funny, but a mule is a donkey and a horse. And is that not okay? If a man sleeps with a female, they're sterile. So I guess that's the sign, right? If a man sleeps with a female slave who is promised to another man, but who has not been ransomed or given her freedom, there must be due punishment. Yet they are not to be put to death because she had not been free.
Ooh, I like 17. Ooh, and 16.
Rebuke your neighbor frankly so you not share their guilt. I can friends with them. Do not go about spreading slander among your people. Do not do anything to endanger your neighbor's life. I am the Lord. Oh, that's where we started. The man of guilt offering the priest to make his atonement for him for the sin is committed, and the sin will be forgiven. When you enter the land and plant any kind of tree fruit, regard its fruit as forbidden. For 3 years you are to consider it forbidden. It must not be eaten. The 4th year the fruit will be holy, and offering and praise of the Lord. But in the 5th year you may eat its fruit, and your way of harvest will be increased. And I am the Lord your God. You meat with the blood still in it. Do not practice divination or seek omens. Do not cut the hair at the sides of your head or clip off your edges of your beard. Oh man. Do not cut your body. Put tattoo marks on yourselves. I am the Lord. Oh man. I had this one friend. And, we're cool. He's cool. He's a buddy of mine from the gym. And he has all these biblical tattoos just all over him. Just tons of biblical tattoos. I wonder what some people think about that. I guess, obviously there's always the old school Christians that think the tattoos are, no-goes. But then you see a lot of people that are like really big Christian type dudes that are covered in them sometimes. So I don't know if they're necessarily reading that or if they think, it doesn't matter that much, or whatever.
What do they say? Cherry picking, right?
Right. Well, once again, that's what you were saying earlier was you can find a lot of verses and there's that guy Cliff. What's his name? Cliff, the apologist. his son actually did say something pretty good in a debate once, debating some atheists that were really good at what they did, like Andrew Wilson type. And even though I don't really like Andrew Wilson, something about his personality I don't like, but like he would be an asshole if I like hung out with him. You know, I don't know how to describe that. But after, if he heard me say that, then he'd do everything to be cool in the moment, just so that, you know. But I don't know if it matters that much. But the son of Cliff said the same thing, and he said, "I'm not gonna base my entire faith or my whole whatever I'm into around like a single text out of the Bible anyway," you know. And I thought that was a pretty good rebuttal, because there have been a lot of people that will do that. They'll find this text, and you know, I think we saw that a lot with the Garden of Gethsemane story that we've all dug into. We've all read it. We've all looked at the lexicon. We've looked at just everything that everyone's pulled up on all the channels and the shows, and everyone's looked at that now. Some people way more than others, you know, how much they focused on that, you know, is, you know, talking point or whatever. But then we did have last night on Gnostic's channel. I don't know if he's in the chats, the comments yet, but he did talk about Jesus's beloved disciple, and he did say that back then people did have intimacies with students of theirs, kind of like Achilles and Patroclus, and so, which is, you know, Homer, which we've all seen with McDonald's book. We've seen how much the Bible was, you know, copied from Homer, and obviously the things that they were doing had to line up with things of that time if they're going to be using texts from then to represent stuff now or in the time that they're writing the Bibles, because they wouldn't write that then. You know, they wouldn't write those things. They would completely leave it out, you know. And so there was speculation last night on Gnostic's show of Jesus having intimate relationships with his disciples. Now, there was a time when you said that, you would immediately be canceled, sort of, in the YouTube world, and you would immediately be put into this category of like flat Earth or whatever. But now I'm starting to see people dig into that a little more and have more transparent conversations about that. So I did want to mention that, because I know a lot of the friends that we have in the comments that are friends with, you know, that are watching Babylon stuff as well as everyone else's. Some people, I think, they've become selective. They watch Gnostic, not Myth Vision. They watch History Valley, not Lady Babylon, whatever. And now they won't watch anything else because they've either watched too much of it, or they just don't agree, or they've told themselves not to agree to avoid embarrassment or cancellation. And I don't really care about those sort of things. So this was a great platform to try to do that investigation into the Burning Purple, because that was such an unheard of thing, you know, that I was like, I gotta look into this more before I can finish this chapter. But there you have it, guys. In that episode last night, just to clear the record for those that keep going ham on Neil, and I don't think Steve pushed against that. You know, Steve is a Christian, but I think Stephen Nelson's view of Christianity has been self-forged because he's able to read shit. He's really good.
Yeah, he said last night, just because he's a Christian, he's not going to just deny the evidence that he sees or finds.
Right. He's educated. It's educated Christians would be people that are Christians by heritage and stuff sometimes, or just by choice. And they obviously see the holes and flaws. But if you're educated enough to know how much of that is in writing, I mean, my dad's a writer, but I don't know everything about writing. But I can tell you this, the first draft of his first book, like my first draft of my first book, compared to what you end up with at the end, especially back in the day when all you had was Microsoft Word and barely any internet, you know, it took a while to grow the books and stories, you know, and you end up changing, you end up going to the beginning and adding characters sometimes, you know, or changing this relationship or how this person acts and stuff. And a lot of that is going to happen in almost anything that's written, period, unless it's a very, you know, encyclopedia styled information resource. And even then, it can have biases and stuff kind of in the background. Like, for example, my daughter's homeschool, there was some questions that pertained to things being a certain way because God made them that way. There were some questions that was the correct answer to some aspect of a science class or some aspect of history, or using Bible verses as historical texts, sort of, in this Christian online format, but it's still a really easy and user-friendly school to use. So I still suggest it for anybody that wants to homeschool. Because so what if your kid reads a little bit of the Bible? That's just what everybody else around.
Yeah, they should know.
Everybody. Yeah, you know, it's
fed and taught.
It's a church every mile. You know.
Yeah, and they don't attend to their communities. Like the old Jewish temples were like on every corner, but they were taking care of that vicinity of people. We are so out of touch with that stuff.
Yeah, well, it changed a lot. I mean, Jesus getting mad about all the money exchanging and the usury and stuff. You know, he kind of had his in the Last Temptation of Christ. Willem Dafoe did the same exact kind of scene that he did in Platoon when he caught Elias putting that gun to the little girl's head. You know, and he shows up and he butt strokes him and he fights him. And in the Last Temptation of Christ, even though it's just a movie, by Scorsese of all people making a freaking religious movie, right? But in that movie, he walks into the temple and all the money changes, and he's like starts wrecking the place. Just so irritated that that's all they cared about, you know, now, and that they lost all the messages, and now it's just become a banking religion, you know, with its own narrative of questionable dates, you know, and that's, even though I will say that Jesus using the Septuagint as a reference for his teachings, couldn't have hated it that much, you know, but obviously that story being drafted caused a second wave of a section of Judaism that's, you know, now called Christianity. All the rednecks, you know, all that weren't the holy blood, you know. But then I wonder how that would even really benefit them if it's not funneling into Judaism anyway, or if it's just simply like the Roman Empire control mechanism, you know. But I don't see how, besides the fact that there's this Zionism now where Christians sort of protect Judaism in a way, like what we see with our involvement with Israel and whatnot now. It's like we sort of have to constantly say, you know, we have their back all the time, you know. That's kind of the agreement here. If that
a
makes
misunderstanding. I just want to point out, because I'm not sure the comments that we have in this StreamYard sidebar, I don't know who belongs to whose channel since we're streaming to multiple people, but there's a person. I'm sorry?
In the avatar, does it show up with a little chain link for you?
It only shows up for you because it's streaming to your channel. Like the chain link only appears for you.
Oh, that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, but it looks like it's all from one place, but it's not. But I figured it.
Yeah, I realized that.
So me and WitchDoctor will go over that after the stream.
Okay,
it'll be
cool.
fixed for next stream.
Okay, well, somebody here that's been very active in commenting, so thank you guys for being interested. I felt bad bringing up all that stuff, but this person says, when you read Leviticus, you are reading an actual, what we would call treaty, quote unquote. So it can't be a prescription for Christian living since we are not always at war. The thing is that we do need to understand, because we live with people who only use the Old Testament to this day. And they use it in their own means. So it's like there's so many different groups using the same things for their own means. So that's why it's just good to understand the full context instead of tattooing one verse and not knowing the stuff that's on the other sides of it, you know, and then feeling silly maybe when you realize it. But the mention again of Leviticus, the last thing I will mention about the Bible, and then we can totally drop it, is that something that is really another thing that is really disappointing and upsetting is the whole hate for homosexuality. So one of the verses is Leviticus 18:22 that says, "You shall not lie with a man as with a woman; it's an abomination." So that word abomination is used, the same word that they're using for that as abomination. It's the same word that is used in a different verse, Proverbs 6:16 through 19. And I would love if you threw on that Proverbs, and then that's it. And then I'll zip it.
Oh, you're good. This is
I
good.
can rant about this stuff too long, honestly.
Yeah, everybody
Yeah,
that has
no,
stuff to talk about
that's
isn't
okay.
here yet. So we're kind of making it up as we go along, which I like, And
Well,
I
but
don't.
I was interested in hearing from Hillary's emails too. So maybe after we zip this up.
Yeah, I was gonna do a little bit of that as well. Seeing how Hillary's email came to be, I would love to know more, as well as where y'all are from and all that stuff too. But we have Leviticus 18, and what was the other one?
22.
18:22.
Mm-hmm.
Do not have sexual relations with a man as one does with a woman. That is detestable. Yeah.
22.
So the whole. So the no word for homosexual back then, but he 100% is saying, at least from how this is reading and its translations, I'm sure Steve did a good job making it read, do not have sexual relations. Not that it would ever say anything like have sexual relations with a man as one does with a woman. That is detestable.
Like the bad Bible that accidentally printed that you should commit adultery. There was a Bible that went out like that. They have it's a thing. So.
Well, there are some differerences between the Hebrew Bible and the Septuagint, where it says that Messiah was
she just
and wasn't
it was misprinted.
The harvest, if you will. So that they do have some flip-flops in those, but Stephen would be the guy to elaborate on that for sure. So
can you send Chase the link? Sorry.
Say again.
Can you send Chase the link? He's asking.
Yeah.
I just wanted to show people that this word that is being said as sexual relations, between these people is detestable. Well, where else is detestable used? And I think if you were to look at that Proverbs 6:16 through 19, then this could be the kind of verse that combats that verse. Where I'm suggesting that if people are finding themselves in a situation where they're combating others that are using certain verses, well, there are other ones that could be used to neutralize if you choose to engage that way in order to possibly educate or befriend,
Proverbs
16 through 19.
16.
There are 6 things the Lord hates, 7 that are detestable to him.
No, Proverbs.
Yeah, this is it.
16.
No, this is good. I have put it in the private chat too.
Oh, okay.
Hands that shed innocent blood, the heart that devises wicked schemes, feet that are quick to rush into evil,
6. Okay.
a false witness who pours out lies, and a person who stirs up conflict in the community.
In the haughty eyes, that is pride.
Pride, okay. A lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood. Let's see, do we get to...
Let's focus on these kind of wrongs if we're going to focus on wrongs type of thing. You know what I mean?
Oh, right. Well, those orientation laws, if you will, I guess,
Oh, Cross Bible's here. We can send him the link too.
I think I sent it to his email.
Okay.
I see him in the private chat, but not in the back page or whatever.
Oh, Steven's here. Let's bring him up. Hold on.
Marcel, can you see? There he is.
Yeah, I got him.
Hey, what's up? Oh, shit. You got him?
We must have clicked him at the same time. Oops.
All right, don't. All right, we're good. Hello. How are you?
Hey, guys. Good.
What's up, dude? Yeah,
how's it going?
We were checking out your website.
Yeah, I've been watching. I'm editing a video right now, so I was kind of trying to get to a stopping point before I joined.
Oh yeah, and we also have trying to get to a stopping point before I join.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta grab some water.
Heck yeah, man. For sure. All right, so so last night, the episode, it was really badass, man. I really liked it.
Yeah, I think it was like 6,000 people have seen it so far.
Yeah, I got made fun of for trying to explain, and I probably just because I don't have the best, overlay like your timeline, but I was trying to describe that one time that to people that kept arguing back and forth that like there was some stuff that was Greek, some stuff Hebrew, the origins. So I was glad that y'all put that all there because now I can just kind of direct them to that without stealing Dr. Karitko's stuff because it's still people are having a hard time understanding. It's not as it's not as black and white as people have tried to describe it when making those chaos apples in the conversation by saying something like, "Oh yeah, the whole thing was Greek," the whole thing, and then it's the way that the language works and stuff. I never really understood till Dr. Karitko was talking about an example like ish and anthropos.
Yeah, and
how it would make no sense if it was Greek, that particular phrase. And
well, as it's used in that phrase, right? Like anthropos just means like a person is a person. That's all. It's like that is actually a normal like way to say that in Greek, but it's just not in the context of like man in the Hebrew, in the Septuagint. It doesn't make sense to a Greek person's ears. Like it would be like a person is a person. It doesn't. It's like the if you can imagine yourself as like a full-blown pagan Greek person who had no connection with Judaism whatsoever in that period, reading that text, it would just sound kind of like, oh, okay, this is like weird. Like, I guess this must be translated from a foreign language. Like no Greek person in their right mind would write a sentence like that.
Right.
But that's the crux of the debate, because I know that the other side says, oh, no, this is just poetic Greek. This is just like, this is normal. And it's like, okay, if you think if it were normal, you would just expect to see it all over the place. You would just dig up tons of examples of that phrasing in Plutarch or Herodotus, or you would just find Greek sources that write Greek like this, and you just don't. And so if you did, you could just produce lots of examples, and then I would just be like, okay, that's fair enough, And I've had people on Twitter like respond to me and say, no, there are plenty of examples. And I'm like, okay, show me. And then I get examples from like Grok that like don't exist. And like I have, if you go onto my Twitter profile, you'll see that. And it's just like, okay, why am I like, because they'll give me the examples, but there's like no citation. So I'm like looking them up on the TLG, like where is this? And like, all this back and forth. I think it was actually Tiger Shark that I had that back and forth with, and he apologized. It was like, sorry, I think the AI took a little too much DMT. That those examples don't really exist. But I'm open to them. If somebody could show me examples of like where Greek people were writing in this extremely weird style, that would be like, I would love to see those examples. Nobody's produced them.
Right. Now, so I was curious, just because usually when you and Gnostic have come on the show, we've had some, conversations already underway by the time y'all are jumping in, and then it's kaboom. And I didn't get a chance to ask you a lot of questions. Where are you from?
Where am I from? I'm kind of like, I was born in Ohio. I grew up in Phoenix, Arizona. I lived in Salt Lake City, Utah for several years. It's where I got my bachelor's degree. I lived in Oklahoma for a few years. I lived in Washington, D.C. I lived in Russia, and I spent a lot of time in Greece nowadays.
Were you a military brat before or something?
No. And I live in Los Angeles now. So I've been in Los Angeles for a long time. My dad was a doctor. My dad is a doctor, and he changed jobs a lot, just to different states. He's a heart transplant doctor, so that's the backstory. That big moves. Well, yeah, it was like he would get positions at hospitals that had heart transplant programs. So my dad is he's a drug dealer. He prescribes drugs to people to help them with their heart.
Right. Which I condone that for sure. I know a lot of people can be kind of harsh on the medical industry, but they keep people alive, and medical advances will, in the bodybuilding world, we kind of peek in that door a little bit. But I definitely don't think people need to live without polio vaccines, and the medical industry definitely needs to keep prevailing as best they can.
But as a kid, when you grow up in like a medical family, like my dad's a doctor, my mom's a nurse, it's normal for me to hear medicine referred to as drugs. right? Like
Right,
it's just
right,
those terms are interchangeable. Where for most people, they hear the word drug and the knee-jerk reaction is they think they're talking about narcotics.
Even
Yes,
though some
every
of our
time.
pharmacies still say drugstore. My daughter, when she was a child,
Yeah.
asked me about it. It's silly.
Yeah,
So
but Greek doesn't have that that association, right? So like if you go to Greece, you will see pharmakia. Like the drugstores are called pharmakia,
right.
and a drug or a medicine is a pharmakon. They still exist in this world where there's just one word that covers both bases. Whereas we tend to say drug when we mean one thing, and medicine when we say another thing. They just have one term. And if they really in modern Greek, if you really want to specify the kind of drug that we think of as drug, like an illicit drug, they'll call it narcotica. They'll call it like narcotics. But that's a modern term. That's not an ancient term.
And you got your BA or your bachelor's is in Russian.
Russian, yeah.
What?
Yeah, so
Why Russian?
Because I grew up as a ballet dancer, so I got accepted to the Bolshoi Ballet Academy in Moscow.
Yeah.
When I was 18. So I actually went to a Russian ballet school in Washington, D.C. And then I got accepted into a school in Russia, in Moscow, like down the river from the Kremlin. And so I moved there when I was a kid, and that was my first foreign language experience. I started studying Russian on my own when I was 14. Then I got into the school, and so I had like private instructors in Russian. And then when I came back from Russia, I broke my leg and couldn't keep dancing for a long time. And I got my degree in Russian. So it was like a literature / language degree, which Russian is an extremely complex language with like 6 cases and a really difficult verbal
8
aspects.
Cases.
What is it?
8 cases.
In Russian?
Yes.
No. What are the 8 cases in Russian?
Well,
Where do the other 2 come from?
I know it's instrumental and another one that we don't have in Western languages and Latin languages.
I think what might have
nominative, accusative,
heard.
genitive, dative,
Dative.
And prepositional case, and an instrumental. 6. It's a 6 case system. Ancient Greek has 5 cases, and modern Greek has 4 cases because modern Greek has lost the dative case in most circumstances. With it survives in archaic phrases, but it's modern Greek is like an extremely simplified form of ancient Greek, and Russian is still like kicking in terms of like its grammatical complexity. And I learned Spanish after Russian, which like Spanish is way easier than Russian. And then I dabbled in French, but like I've kind of lost my French, and I've been doing Greek for about 10 years. But like learning Russian first really helped sort of lay the groundwork for a lot of the concepts that I had to pick up in Greek, like verbal aspect and trying to pick up a language you could speak that used different grammatical cases and that has grammatical gender. English is a language that has simplified grammar. Like our ancestral old Germanic language had complex grammar and case and things that we just lost in English because of various historical circumstances.
Right. Just how things evolved and bred, and this tribe killed, this group killed, this one takes over.
Well, it was mostly because of the Vikings and the French, right? So like the
Right,
Anglo-Saxons took
Yes.
over the island, kicked the Celts out. They were speaking like dialects of Old German basically, and then the Vikings invaded from the north, and they were speaking Old Norse, and then those 2 languages kind of started to blend in, and then the French came and made everything kind of like Frankified, and so
okay.
In a nutshell,
So you graduate from Utah,
Mhm.
and then go out to Russia.
LA. No, LA.
Oh, LA. Okay.
Yeah,
And then-
Utah was after Russia.
Okay, so Utah was after. What'd you do in Utah?
Got my degree in Russian.
Oh, so you danced first.
Yeah. Well, I did that since I was like.
You were already learning Russian.
Yeah, I was doing that since I was not because Russia is the mecca of ballet. So like that's where all the famous dancers are from. After the French Revolution, when the aristocracy was kind of like no longer a thing in Western Europe, in Russia, they had their aristocracy until the revolution in 1917. So a lot of the the ballet teachers that used to be in the court of like, you know, the French court and the Italian court where they were doing ballet, they all fled to Russia after the French Revolution.
Right.
So Russia became like the hub of ballet.
Right. My mom owned a ballet studio growing up. So we,
Oh, wow.
yeah. So I I'm a little bit familiar just, you know, with the basic.
Well, now your mom will like me even more.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, she totally does. She loves you, man. So LA,
Mhm.
and when was it? So you're a Christian.
Yeah.
So you've always been a Christian?
Yeah, born and raised like
Born
Southern
and
Baptist.
raised.
Yeah.
So-
Very well. I was raised very Protestant, but obviously, like having lived in Russia and been around, I've been obviously exposed a lot to the Eastern Orthodox Church. And most recently, Neil and I traveled to Greece, and we
Yes.
filmed an interview with a Greek Orthodox priest. We went to Easter church services in an 11th century Byzantine temple. And if you could play the trailer for that, I posted it to my YouTube channel. The full interview is available on the Cross Bible Patreon now. And this is something that I've spent. We got back in the beginning of May. We were there the whole month of April. We were in Greece
y'all
for
were
an
there a
entire
while.
month. We were there for a month. So we filmed this interview, and I was trying to find somebody who would do the interview in English because I just wanted to, because for the Cross Bible YouTube channel, like this is all English speakers watching it. Yeah, that's the trailer. So I basically spent 2 months editing the crap out of this interview to make it like good. And as you can see, it's dubbed over in English. So when you hear me speaking English, it's my voice like that I recorded here. And then when you hear his voice, he's actually speaking Greek, but I used AI to make a voice clone to make it sound like he's speaking English just for accessibility. At some point, I may release the full, like the actual Greek language original interview. So it's me and him speaking Greek. But what you're going to see here, or what's available right now, it's pre-released on Patreon, is a full interview in English, but we're actually speaking Greek. So that's why you see our lips moving, but like you don't, if you hear the English, we're not actually speaking English in this interview.
No, I actually like that. You know, some people are a fan of just reading the subtitles, like let's say take Squid Game, for example, you know. But I actually like it when they put the English over. It's kind of easier for me to just turn my brain off and just try to listen.
It's an hour and a half interview, and Neil and I were like, yeah, you can't expect the audience to read the subtitles for an hour and a half. And before we did it, when I was like, man, I sent them all my questions. So like I contacted one priest that I was like, do you speak English well enough to do an interview? He was like, yeah, send me your questions. I sent him the questions. He's like, oh, these questions are like really technical. They're all about like, you know, like I was asking about what they think about the pagan revival and like polytheism. Like there was some, you know, theological questions about icons, questions about how they make the sign of the cross. And like, what is, you know, I wanted to get like a Protestant's perspective, like an outsider's perspective on Greek Orthodoxy, because it's really exotic for my audience, right? For most of my audience here in the States, or probably, I don't know. I think maybe in most of my audience is English speaking and probably not Greek or Eastern Orthodox. So I just thought it was really, you know, the way they light the candles and pray and what veneration of the icons actually means. And, you know, so he explained all that stuff, but he was like, I got to do it in Greek. And Neil recommended, well, why don't you use 11 Lab software to dub it? All you do is just upload the video and then you download it in English and it's just done. And that was not the case. It was really, really bad. It was the default the AI generated translation that comes out of that is just really confused by all the terminology. You know, when he refers to icons, it translates it as images, because in Greek icon means image. So I had to fix all that stuff. I had to tweak the entire translation from top to bottom, listen to the Greek, like figure out what he was really saying, and then redo all of the audio. So it was a real pain. It was a real it took me 2 months to fix all the dialogue, to fix all the translation. So what you see there is a trailer for like this labor of love that I hope, you know, a few people have signed up already on Patreon to like watch it in advance. Thank you very much for all those people. But it will eventually go public.
This is Stephen Nelson from
Sorry.
They can play it.
Yeah, let's do it. All right.
Cross Bible. And I can't wait to share with you an experience that I had back in April traveling to Greece. Holy Week in Athens, celebrated in one of the city's oldest Byzantine churches, Kapnikarea, an 11th century temple built on the foundation of an ancient pagan shrine to Athena or Demeter. What are the key elements that make Orthodox Easter special compared to Western Easter?
The basis of the Orthodox tradition is Pascha, Easter. It's the resurrection. There is an energy there in the tomb of Christ which cannot be explained. It is the holiest area of the church. The gospel according to Luke. It seeks to show that this is a human being who has been deified. Faith is like a fire. It must burn within you. It must be alive in you.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to watch that, honestly. So this is
So that's Father Evangelos Markadonis. If you can spare $5, you can join the Patreon. You can watch it now. It's available, the full length thing. I'll probably make a few tweaks to it before I make it public, because again, it's just like, I wanted to make sure that like every single word was translated properly, and I have to update some of the subtitles, and some of the transitions are a little like it's a little rough, but it took me 2 months to edit that together basically and get it to where my questions are correct. And, just there are certain things that just don't translate from the Greek into the English. But every time he busts out like an ancient Greek hymn or a Bible verse in ancient Greek, I left that untranslated. So there you hear him speaking like this in the English, and it's like his voice and it's a clone and it has a little bit of an accent. And then when he starts speaking ancient Greek, I just roll the clip on ancient Greek. Because that's the thing about like the thing that people don't realize about being in this bubble, this Anglophone bubble, right? Like you're in America, our country's like, dominant, and our language is dominant. We go everywhere and people try to speak our language. What you don't realize is that like, there's this whole other world out there. Like in Greece, they use the original text of the Bible. They just open up a straight up original text and just read it out loud during the liturgy. They compose their liturgies and their hymns in the original Hellenistic Greek dialect of the Bible. And so this dude, like, I think what we're used to is it being this kind of like, we imagine that like the scholars that are the Western scholars in the United States and the UK and in Germany and Western Europe who, argue about different interpretations of the text, like that we are we have the keys, like we are the custodians of this tradition. And like they've had it all along. So there's a lot of wisdom you can get out of like his perspective on the meaning of the Greek, and like his he's just like has this really strong command of the liturgical language. They consider it a liturgical language for them, and they're sort of preserving the tradition in the original.
So do you fall into any sort of like Christian denomination, or is this kind of why you did this video? Are you Orthodox? Or?
No, I'd say like I'm coming from a Protestant background, like an evangelical Protestant Southern Baptist background. Like that was the church that I grew up in. I've just been exposed enough to Eastern Orthodoxy to appreciate some of it, even though it's still kind of exotic and foreign to me. My wife is Russian Orthodox, and so it's like I'm sort of split between the traditions. So that's what's kind of given me an open mind, even though, my knee-jerk interpretation or my knee-jerk reaction to things is always going to be like from a Protestant perspective. But I try to sort of like, it's like it's hard to pin myself down. If I have to, like I'll say, like I'm born and raised Southern Baptist, but I also like kind of see a lot of I have an appreciation for Eastern Orthodoxy and for Catholicism. I went to a Catholic school for a year. Right. So like, I try to sort of broaden my horizons.
Does the thought of, because I've never really heard you elaborate on this in the other videos, and maybe you have, and maybe I just missed the portions, but what is the thought behind like what comes to mind when somebody says something like, oh, the early Christianity, there was magical drinks? Does that rub you the wrong way, or is that, and not to really interrogate you, like, what are your feelings?
When there are sources that are describing, people mixing drugs into the Eucharist, and then that is definitely a thing. Like if we're talking about an ancient source that's describing something like that, and it's explicit and it's there, I'm not going to deny it. But if we're talking about a text that's simply describing the Eucharist, like if it's the gospel, and there's no indication that they are spiking the drinks, I don't see any reason to read that into it. But then again, we have water that gets turned into wine, and it's being described as the good kind of wine. Like, oh, you broke out the good wine. Like, normally they serve that at the end to get people drunk first. So like there's sort of there's a magical element to it in the narrative.
There's illusion there. They're alluding at least to something.
Yeah, I mean, I think in that case they're alluding to the quality, like of the sort of the vintage or whatever. But there are definitely like texts that refer to drug use. And one thing that we were considering doing, like Neil and I have been talking about, is maybe making a response to the Immortality Key, to Brian Murarescu's book, because we have tried, like, through Derek at Myth Vision, and like we've reached out to the people who represent Brian to try to get him for an interview. But after Joe Rogan, he has been like very picky about who he gets on with, and he used Dennis McDonald's work in his book very heavily, and Dennis had some in Carl Ruck, and so like both Dennis and Carl Ruck have a few bones to pick with him about the way that he used them as a source, and would like to discuss.
I think Amon as well too.
Yeah. Really? He used. Okay. So
yeah, I think Amon's pissed about that too.
Oh, so they wanted to talk with him, and I also I had a lot of people. The same thing with Hillman is that like everybody that saw that interview with Joe Rogan with Brian Murarescu, who knows me and knows I'm obsessed with Greek, they were sending it to me and wanting my opinion. Same thing with the Danny Jones interview with Hillman. That's why I got into it. It's not because like I went and found it and decided I am going to refute this. It's just people wanted my opinion, and I was giving it to individual people. And I figured, what? Why don't I just take all of this and make a video about it and just like put it out on Myth Vision, so it's out in the broad like general public, because they have a big platform, or Derek has a big platform. And so I'm thinking maybe I should do that also with Murarescu, because I read the whole book. And I did a huge write-up on it, and I just don't think he's like. I mean, unlike like with Hillman, I've kind of like I've grown to accept the fact that he knows what he's talking about. Like he knows what he's doing. I think he knows better in some certain circumstances. Like he knows what the text means, but he's playing some games. He's being a little creative. Murarescu, I don't know if that's the case with Brian Murarescu, that he really understands Greek really well from his like he has a bachelor's degree in classics. And then he's like the biggest, like one red flag that comes to mind in his research is he makes a really big deal about how Paul refers to people dying using the verb kimume, like the verb like to fall asleep. And that so when people fall asleep, falling asleep is a euphemism for death. It's very, very common. Everybody knows this. Right. But he makes a big deal out of it. Like he said it in Joe Rogan. It's like, that's the word for sleep. So he's not saying sleep, he's saying death. And it's like, dum, 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 like mic drop, like, oh my God. And it's like, why are you making a big deal out of this? Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Right. One is kind of the way that I look at when there's a theory out there floating, is I kind of look at like thousands and thousands of people have been studying this stuff for so long. So the theories that you haven't heard of, they probably can't vary too far. But I had always thought that, potentially that ceremonial thing might be some kind of their own version of some kind of Theriac Eucharist, but have you ever found any verses, and this is something I was going to have Allie Rowan actually talk about. I just hadn't talked to her in a little while. And are there any passages that talk about semen in the Bible, not the other?
From the Greater Questions of Mary?
Yeah, Greater Questions of Mary definitely talks about emission. That's like
that was on last night, right?
But I don't know if that's even valid or not. It's a thing, but
is what valid?
It doesn't mean it's real.
Nothing in John.
Oh, no, nothing.
Nothing.
I mean, there's emission. There are references to emission a lot in the Old Testament. In the New Testament, I don't look. I mean, the thing is though, I understand like the audience here, like the claim that gets tossed around is that the term blood, haima, right, like hematology, right, the study of blood, Emma, in the way I pronounce it, that is doubles for semen. That the word blood, like whenever you hear a reference to blood, this is my blood, that it could be a veiled reference to emission. I just have found no support for that.
Could it be blood?
I've read that ancient people thought semen was fermented blood by the body, and maybe that's why they think that means that.
I have no
idea. This was something that like Neil, before he started, taking Greek classes from me, was like convinced that this was just true, like that this was just a thing. He was very confused when I told him that that's not actually a thing. And it's just like, okay, if you're relying on the LSJ, like if you think, if you don't believe me, but like you think LSJ is a legitimate source of information, and you look things up on Perseus Tufts all the time, just look up blood on Perseus Tufts and like find a reference that uses it to refer to semen. Like it just, I looked, I was open to it. Okay, maybe if in some context they're talking about blood, but it's like wink, wink, semen. Greater Questions of Mary he does talk about blood and semen, but he doesn't like cross the streams. He doesn't say that they're the same, and so I don't know. It's just like, give me a citation, then give me a source. Like, it's like, oh, okay, if there's a source that says that semen is fermented blood, and it's like a Greek source, and then I guess you could say like if some writer put that down in the 5th century BCE, then you would have to say that like later writers are drawing from that, referring to blood with no contextual clue that it refers to anything else but blood, and then importing the semen into it.
It's in the Hippocratic text. Semen is blood that has been cooked and purified through the body.
Okay. So you would have to if I grant that, then I would have to say, okay, then some writer who's referring to blood saying like, oh, his blood dripped on the ground, and you want to say like that is actually a reference to semen, then they have to be evoking this imagery from the Hippocratic corpus. It's just not how you typically, it's not how you usually like sort of dissect what a language, how language is used.
So blood though, is that too far beyond to think that they would be drinking literally be drinking his blood? Is that?
No, they're symbolic. Well, I mean, in the Eucharist, they're symbolically, he says, this is my blood, but he's not saying it literally.
Literally, right. And now, obviously, I don't mind asking the question, no matter how maybe embarrassing it might even be to even present that. But, there's all these verses that keep getting referred to. And then sometimes, they'll have stuff on the screen, and it'll be the definition, which is a page long of 1,000 different things. And I'll try to piece together each thing that I'll hear that sounds a little out of the ordinary. And it always seems to look more symbolic. But there are things like take calamus, for example. There's an argument that calamus is cannabis, but I believe the Latin name for sweet flag is calamus, something, or vice versa.
Those cannon balsam or whatever it is what they think cannabis.
Do you know any verses that have maybe a symbolic reference to any kind of funguses, like kind of going towards that sacred mushroom, in the cross type of?
Well, theory? I mean, but when we're talking about cannabis, like Herodotus refers to cannabis. He says the Thracians were using cannabis, and the word cannabis is coming from Greek. I mean, it's like maybe it's a Thracian word, but like it is spelled cannabis, cannabis in Greek, and it's in Herodotus. And he's talking about that's our cannabis. Like I don't think that's in dispute.
What about the ingredient in the Old Testament that people are wondering if it is cannabis by a different name? You know what it's being referred to. What do you know that word offhand?
Not offhand. Or something like that.
Yeah, it is that word, but you know that it is an ingredient in the holy oil, right? The holy anointing oil recipe in the Old
Yeah,
Testament.
and
That
frankincense
ingredient.
and myrrh also have
I thought it was
intoxicating
calamus.
effects as well.
Calamus was one of the ones that we had pulled up before during a portion of a show when I think y'all might have even been on, but it was just later. But so as I move through this interview with you a little bit, I'm kind of curious. So, and not to even ask, but when, not to ask it in a way that is offensive, but so the divinity of Jesus, is that part of your beliefs, or is it more of an anthropological perspective on the time? And is, in your world, is Jesus divine?
Yeah, I mean that's just, but that's an article
I feel
of
like
faith.
that's the
in
golden
Christianity.
rule with Christianity, right? Is the because I mean, I'll talk to some Christians and they're like, "Oh no, I'm a Christian," but you know, I'm not so sure if if based on when the books were written and how they were trying to word stuff, if it's direct reference, saying "Son of Man" is referring to.
Well, son of
a
man can be an
different
idiom for a human being, but yeah, but the idea is that Christ was a pre-existent divine being who took on flesh and became human.
The thing I found is the Council of Laodicea is when they finally spiritualized Jesus as a spiritual being and not just a normal human who's a healer.
Well, but we have like early Christian. I mean, we have the creed in Philippians 2 that says he was like in the form of God before he even existed.
Okay, cool.
So
cool.
I think the earliest Christology that we have in Paul is a high Christology of like him already being a pre-existent divine being, which is like he was the divine logos. He was the same being that Philo refers to, like Philo of Alexandria, as being kind of this Platonic idea of like the divine logos, who was like the angelic being through whom God speaks the world into existence. Like it's a big deal.
Didn't you and Neil mention last night about how some early sects of Christianity had like Pythagoras deified through gnosis?
Yeah,
Okay, that's what I'm referring to, but I'm misrepresenting it, I think, a little bit.
Yeah.
Decades just mentioned here that this is we had it on an episode once when Tiger Shark brought it up, and it was just an archaeological dig where they found cannabis in a Jewish girl's grave.
Like maybe that was part of the mix of the incense that they were burning in the temple,
which would make sense
to create the vibe, right? I mean,
so I guess so it's kind of interesting to me. Do you think that the visions that he talks to giving people, considering that there's the cannabis here, there's the opium at the other burial site, there's this drink that has made it through all the years, do you think that the visions that he's talking about could be like the Holy Spirit, and all of that could be the same feelings? And I don't want to ask you this because maybe you can't answer, but like in Theogens, I don't know if you've had an experience like that, but it's almost kind of funny how the best way in English with my monkey brain to try to describe what a psychedelic experience is like, it's kind of like saying, well, it's like you're full of the Holy Spirit. You're in this other realm where you feel this heavenly realm. So I don't want to ask you if you've ever done psychedelics, but
yeah, I've done psychedelics.
You obviously know what I'm trying to say, I guess.
Yeah, I guess you're trying to say, like, okay, if there are descriptions in the Bible and in the Dead Sea Scrolls and in all of these religious texts of people having really like trippy visions, are those visions that are induced through some combination of like, fasting and prayer and like whatever it is that like they get themselves into the zone, and then they kind of like induce these hallucinatory experiences that are the visions that they have, or they're like driven by the spirit, or they're psychosomatic. And then whether or not they were aided by chemicals, I don't know. Like I don't think they're not gonna admit that, like, after I smoked a big, like, or ripped the bong, and then all of a sudden I saw this, like, they're not gonna come out and say that. But there are times when you see the descriptions of these images where it's like, I looked up into the sky and it opened and this happened, like, I've done. I mean, I've had visions like that on hallucinogenic drugs.
Okay, cool.
But
I didn't want to ask you because it's putting you on the spot.
But I've never been able to like induce that without that aid. So like personally, no, like I wouldn't expect to have a vision like that without a little help. So did they have a little help? I don't know. Like that's it just yeah.
How much are you up to date on the archaeology? What they find and scrape from these Jewish places that show that they did do this with their incense. And yes, although the text described the visions and not like, oh, this is what we combined to get there. Well, they kind of do with those recipes, you know what I mean? So, I mean, do you ever, and I haven't heard you speak a whole lot, just here and there on the WitchDoctor stuff, and I think random others a little bit, but do you ever, when speaking on this, also incorporate that archaeology stuff, or do you just not look into that at all?
I'm interested in it. I mean, my primary focus is language, so that's
but the
why
archaeology gives context to the time that stuff was written in and the places.
Yeah, well, I mean, the recent discovery of cannabis at a Jewish temple site, I am familiar with that discovery. And like I didn't, like I read the article, I read a few other things about it. It's, like if you're asking like whether or not I believe that that's true, like, yeah, it seems like it's a hard data. Like, why would I not believe that that's true?
Oh, yeah, no, it's just, yeah.
But it's not a big focus. It's not a big focus of my own research, because my own research tends to be more in just sort of like the primary sources and text and language
the text that were written by people that were on these things that are evidenced in the archaeology. That's why I was asking, because you kept on only mentioning the what was written, when the fact is that was written during a time that we have physical evidence on what they were using and stuff to create those scriptures. You know what I mean? Like,
I know, but that gets into the question of like the authorship of scriptures and like when it was written, by whom it was written, and those are things we don't necessarily know. So if we can't say for certain who wrote it and when, I don't know if I can say for certain what drugs they were on when they wrote it. That's
I mean, a lot of this stuff we can't say for certain. We end up trying to, because it makes us feel like we know things, but a whole lot of this stuff we're not certain about. And if we're comfortable in that, then it makes the conversation easier for sure.
So
exactly.
So one example that I used in an episode one time, and maybe this will be cool because I'm gonna pull up on Cross Bible. So I used Matthew 12, 1-8 to try to see if maybe people would agree with the concept of I'll explain, I guess, after I read it. I don't know if you can think of it off the top of your head. I know you translated like 8 Bibles, so if not more.
No. Well, okay, I'm not a Bible translator, and I think you mentioned at one point about the texts on Cross Bible that I augmented them somehow. Those are just Bibles. Like I just put them up on the website. I don't like manipulate them or change them or have any rights to them. Sometimes I align the verses, but yeah, and I noticed you're not signed in, so definitely whenever you make sure. Yeah, make sure you're always signed in when you use it. You could register for free, but that would be a nice touch, because you could put your little like avatar in there and show, because this is
there an app?
No, I mean, I try to make it as friendly on mobile as I can.
Okay.
So you can use it on your phone, but it's the comparing 2 versions on your phone is really nice. Comparing 3 versions and 4 versions, it's not really good. So I'm probably I don't know when I'm going to get to a point where I can develop a mobile app. Like I would need to get the business really going to be able to afford to like develop it as a mobile app. And even if I developed it as a mobile app, I probably would cap the number of versions you can compare side by side. And another thing you can do, Stephen, is you can hit the button. You see where it says Genesis 1, and then there's a button that has like the 2 lines. That I like that feature. I don't know if you, so you can hit that, and then that will flip it so that you get one on top of the other.
Wow.
And you can also hit command if you're on a Mac, like you can hit Command Plus, or I don't know what it is on a PC, but you can zoom in and out. There's a feature in the top right that has like so whenever you're showing stuff on screen, sometimes I'm watching and I'm like, man, I wish the text were bigger. You can just zoom in, right? Like, you can zoom in and out. I am working on customizing. So like, I don't know what level of account you're on. This may just be a paid feature, but if you click on that cap and gown, the little, the cap. Yeah. So there's like you see the bars, the 3 bars, the logo for, I'm blanking. Yeah. The settings icon. So click there. I'm still working on this, but this is to categorize the different bookmarks that you can use. So you can bookmark in your Bible, you can take notes, and then down below that, I'm gonna start implementing. If you scroll down in that little side panel, I'm gonna have like light mode, dark mode. You can update the font color. It's probably not letting you do it right now because you're on the free account, but this is like the paid tier. I think it's the $5 tier. But yeah, you can change it to like customize the text, like light beige. Yeah. I think, the customization should be on the free tier. So eventually you're going to be able to really you're going to be able to dial everything in. So that's why you want to be logged in, so that if you like the sort of, if you like beige text on a special background, I'm making this so it's easy to share when you're on stream,
Yeah, that's really good. I'm a huge advocate of dark mode. I can't handle light mode on anything anymore. Ever since I stopped using light mode is like a sun on my face. I can't handle it.
Can we let Hillary's emails back in, please?
Oh, sorry.
Marcel, can you do that?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm trying to. I'm so distracted with so many screens. So we're talking about Matthew 12, 1-8, right? And this is just like one of the first videos I ever made. And
wait, hold on. Sorry. So let me interrupt one last time.
Yeah. Yes.
So scroll up to the top. So before we talk about any Bible verse, what versions are we going to use, right? What Bible translations are we going to use?
Not NIV, please.
Not the NIV. Okay, so change the NIV to the NASB. So so it's the New American Standard Version. Now, when you click on that, a popover menu shows up, but the StreamYard does not record it. So it looks weird when you're selecting a new Bible version, like people don't actually see it. So ideally what you should select, get the New American Standard on one version, and on the other version, on the other side, go ahead and pick the SBL Greek New Testament. So we have the Greek up next to the English. So select American Standard Version. So like keep the New American Standard on the left, have that be your main version. Don't do that, because if you put the Greek as your primary version, the entire book menu is going to be translated into Greek, which is a really cool feature if you know Greek, but it's going to be very confusing for you if you're not up to speed. So keep your primary version on the left as the New American Standard Bible. It's a very literal translation. The English Standard Version is also available. And then we're working on the NRSV. And so, so have English on the left, Greek on the right, and then you can flip it if you like sometimes you just want the verses to be like this, but if you flip to horizontal, that puts them like on top of each other, which can sometimes help for comparison.
So this was a verse that it's more of a comedy skit than anything when I talk about it, if you will, because it's kind of I don't know if it's a very good joke, but let's see. At the time that Jesus went through the grain fields on the Sabbath, and his disciples became hungry and began to pick at the heads of grain and eat. Now, when the priests, I always say it wrong. When the Pharisees saw this, they said to him, "Look, your disciples are doing what is not lawful to do on the Sabbath." But he said to them, "Have you not read what David did when he became hungry, he and his companions? How he entered the house of God, and they ate the consecrated bread, which is not lawful for him to eat, nor for those with him, but for the priests alone? Or have you not read in the law that on the Sabbath the priests in the temple violate the Sabbath? Are you and yet are innocent?" ? But I say to you that something greater than the temple is here. But if you had known this means, anyway, I'll stop there. So my question: stopping in the fields of grain to pick from the heads of the grain and to eat, I can't help but just, because my mom's an anthropologist, we've had other friends, and we've cracked this open a little bit, and I can't help but think to myself sometimes, like, it makes me feel like you don't really eat wheat like that. You don't eat grains like that, like right out of the
you need to
field. And I
mill
was
it. Yeah.
wondering if maybe somehow by the time they wrote Matthew, which if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if you agree with Matthew being after Mark as far as when they were written.
Yes.
But it's not in Mark like that quite. It's not quite like that in Mark, but in Matthew it kind of was. And I was wondering if, I mean, obviously you've read the Immortality Key and everything else that has to do with ergot. And it kind of made me wonder if that text was referring to something like that. Because he's talking about the kingdom, something greater than the kingdom of heaven is here. You know, like.
And what chapter was it in Matthew?
Matthew 12, 1-8. Now, look, I kind of know what the standard response would be from a typical Christian, but considering that you're open to the idea of, you know, entheogens having a little bit of a presence kind of everywhere in history since the beginning of people, I wonder if this had anything to do with them trying to make any sort of reference to that, to the cereal grains and the fungus that grows on top of them. I don't know. To me, I want it to be the case, but there's just not really, for all we know, they're eating the heads of the grain as a form of food and then going to the temple afterwards.
Yeah. I mean, because stachys can be also an ear of corn. I mean, I don't think they're eating corn. The King James Bible translates it as corn.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
it's stachys or stachus.
That would be interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it can refer to an ear of grain. It can refer to a progeny. It can be a surgical bandage. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, but it does get change the add another parallel Bible. So hit the cross sign. No. Yeah, that one. And normally I wouldn't like consult the KJV to figure out what might be a better reading, but I'm just curious to see what it says. So like they began to pluck the ears and to eat, began to pluck the heads of grain. So yeah, the American Standard Version is, so yeah, select ears of corn. Yeah, that's the 1611. I'm working on getting a better formatted King James Bible that has like more up-to-date spelling. But yeah, there you see they have ears of corn in the King James.
Ears of corn. Okay. Yeah. Ergot doesn't really grow on corn. Doesn't have it does have a fungus that grows on it that is sold separately as like a delicacy. I don't know if it has any entheogenic qualities. Tiger Shark said that it did. But
you have the American Standard Version is what you have on the left, and that says they became hungry and began to pick the heads of grain. See if the New American Standard says heads of grain. And what you're seeing there in the Greek, it says stachias. So it's like bottom right of that Greek text. So irxandotil in stachias que esthin.
You said New American Standard?
Yeah. So the switch for the American Standard Version, which is the ASV, which is a little out of date. Make sure you have the New American Standard Version, which is a bit more up to date.
And you said that they're actually going back and rewriting based off of which text was it? You said they're rewriting a bunch of Bibles.
I think that was the AI thing you were talking about last night.
Yeah.
It's not AI, but yeah, the New American Standard Bible of 2020 is based on so it's based on this. So this is the UBS 5. So the translators who were on the New American Standard Committee would have like their translation corresponds to this particular version. So this is the Greek text that they use as the guide to translate. So that's it's called the critical text. So it has fewer verses than what you would find in the King James. So the King James is using an older tradition, but in this case, they are translating the same word stachias that you see over there in the Greek. I can't highlight it. You highlight it. Can you find it? Stachias.
Right here.
Or stachias. Yeah. So that is the word, and you can see the King James translators had that same word in front of them. They're probably going back to like Tyndale. You could actually do that. Select King James and go back to Tyndale. Select Tyndale. Tyndale was translating from the Latin, but he probably, I'm going to bet he also had ears of corn. Weird spelling, but yeah.
Wow.
So Tyndale had corn, and so basically the King James translators were no dummies, but they were revising the Geneva Bible, the Bishop's Bible, which is a revision of the Geneva Bible. And so basically, like if you keep going back in the chain, you get to Tyndale, and Tyndale uses corn. So I guess they could have potentially been aware of the fact that stachys could mean a grain, a head of a grain of wheat. But they decided to stick with corn, and possibly because of the reasons you're mentioning, because it's kind of weird to imagine that they were just gnawing on wheat. But it's much easier to imagine that they're gnawing on corn. But the New American Standard translators, and possibly other modern translations, like we'd have to go and compare, they've shifted. So it's no longer corn in their opinion. Same Greek word, like the underlying Greek hasn't changed. It's just the opinion of the translators has changed. And I haven't done enough research to like figure out which is more likely, but those are very, very different subjects. Those are very different objects.
Can we pin Ron's comment real quick? And also, I do love that you said that these people were wise. They were not dumb when putting these translations together. They did cherry pick what they chose and how they chose to translate and transliterate everything. And it was for their own means and agenda of the, the whole church thing being put together. So
and that's a valid point. So there wasn't corn or what we refer to as maize, like that's a new world crop, right? So really it's just a question of like that's probably more of an archaeological, anthropological question of like what exactly could have been growing in this scene. What is the author imagining? Like what
this is why archaeology is great to incorporate in the discussion.
Here is one of the reasons why I always assumed it was wheat, and people will even still argue. Hold on. Here we go. All right. So St. Stephen, now some of them he's got an olive branch, but then there's other ones where he has the stalk of wheat. And I didn't know. And obviously artists can do a lot of funny things. They can do whatever they want. They can bash the religion subtly. They can draw it in the utmost non-graphic ways. You can have blood just gushing everywhere on Jesus. You can have a clean version where there's just like a little slit there. Art doesn't necessarily mean that it's fact. And Jean-Claude Schmitt, he's a French medievalist. He was a student of the Annales School. He likes to look at the artwork and the anthropology too. So that's obviously with my mom and, being an art kid, they kind of go hand in hand. And I see a lot of wheat. But obviously, I feel like if I mention that, the first deflection I'll get is, oh, well, that's just because of the bread and there's a crop for food that's worshiping the crop as food, just like Lady of the Grain and all that stuff. But in those other predated myths, the Lady of the Grain, I think there's a little bit of an argument that they're referring to, like, Demeter, Persephone, and the whole underworld and whatnot with the ergot that grows on the grain. And so I was curious if maybe the first couple centuries, there's not only do you see signature things that are put in every picture, like the holy anointing, I call it the Jesus shocker, or the wheat, we see some halos that look like psilocybin mushroom gills and stuff, and brings me to something like the Catacombs of Priscilla. And the Catacombs of Priscilla, we have Jesus with the magic wand. And I don't know if I brought this up before, but it maybe just certain groups of people. There's nowhere in the text does it talk about a magic wand, but it's in so much artwork. Do you think that the symbolism that these artists were trying to portray is the same argument we have? Or do you think that it's just a lot less sexy than we're trying to make it look with the whole,
I don't know. I mean, like, you're throwing a lot of things at me that are really not my wheelhouse, and I'm happy to speculate, and I'm happy to make a fool of myself of people who are going to be like, oh, well, no, corn didn't exist. And it's like, okay, fine. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to like riff here.
Right.
Yeah.
Just,
and maybe it also, I'm like a city boy. Like, I don't know. There could be somebody on this panel or in the chat who's like, you can walk through like I can pick off a grain of wheat and like smash it with a rock and chew it because I've been doing it since I was a kid and like this is normal.
In the mouth.
Yeah, maybe you're so it's like I don't know, like this is not, this is the first time I've ever considered this topic, and I don't know, and also I don't know what, like when Tyndale translated it as corn, what was he thinking of? Like what did he have in mind? Like what did corn mean in the English language at that particular place in time when it was being used for the translation? I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's the whole reason that the context of the times comes into the discussion, or it should, because it does matter and it helps us with even more understanding capability if we properly apply it. Raw Path had that question earlier. I don't think Cross Bible had a chance to answer it, but it was put up for a little bit. Now, I just want to say that I think that if I'm not mistaken, Cross Bible, while you do know all this other stuff because you are privy to the language and all of this and that, you do still seem to, well, you said clearly, oh, I'm a Christian. And I too also will clarify, that I believe in Christ as a teacher and I have that sentiment, but I don't like that label. But so I think that you take what you learn and you just like accept it with what is orthodox, and then you just don't argue about it, right? Raw Path says, do you have trouble finding a church as a Christian knowing what you know versus what most pastors know?
Yes, but I think the solution to that for me is that I attend an Eastern Orthodox church, right? So like my wife is Russian Orthodox. When I attend church, I attend Eastern Orthodox church. So I feel, even though it is a little foreign to me and it is like it's exotic and it's not something I grew up with, I do feel more comfortable there. I enjoy the liturgy. It's been growing on me throughout my adult life, and it just feels a bit more authentic and a bit more like, and they're just less, they're more about the sort of formality of the liturgy, and in the language that I hear there is the original Greek, so that I can also kind of exercise that part of my brain. And I think Neil was also like the very first Orthodox service he ever attended was like when we went in April. We attended the liturgy before and during and after the Easter week. And it's great. Like they, I document this in the video. Again, you can go to Patreon if you want to watch it right now, or just wait for it to come out on the Cross Bible YouTube channel. They start this thing at like 11 p.m. and it goes all the way until 2 o'clock in the morning at the church we were at. But then when we left our church, and this is going from Easter Saturday to Easter Sunday, we left the church we were at, and on the way back to Neil's Airbnb, we stopped by lots of churches that were going until 3 o'clock in the morning. And people are like singing chants in ancient Greek. It's like, it's crazy. It's like there's nothing like that exists in America.
That sounds so cool. I'm not really a churchgoer, but I just love to experience something like that, just for the experience, man.
That reminds me of, because I was born, Catholic, so I was baptized Catholic as a baby, and then in my adolescence, my stepmother raised me as a Southern Baptist. So, that's when I actually started reading the Bible and led a little Bible study and everything. And then early 20s, back burner to learn about all the religions. I researched the Creator God and everything to see what linked up. In my early 30s, I came back to Christianity because I got a wild hair to look into why Christ was arrested. Not about the boy, at the time it was because of the reform stuff that I was looking at. So the social justice, whatever. But when I came back to the church, my instinct was to first go back to the Catholic church because I love the building. I love the tradition. I love the feel. I love the sound. I love putting the thing down for your knees to pray. I loved all of that. And then I went there and had to go face to face with the fact that Christ said, do not call another man father. We all have one heavenly Father, yada, yada. And yet this man of the church is called father. and they just accept that. So that very blatant contradictory made me feel like, oh yes, no matter how much I love the feel of this, there's not enough of the real of it in there. So I had to tell myself, no, I can't just be content to be in this building. And I did find a church family because I wanted my kids to experience that, and it was a Southern Baptist place and everything. And when I talked to that pastor about joining that church, I told him that I was looking for a church family for my kids to have what I had when I was growing up with my, as an adolescent with my stepmom. I said, but to him, I told him, I do not belong to a church building. I belong to the active body of Christ, or that's what I'm trying to do. Because I was trying to find people that were ministering to their communities, like actually, with like food and clothing and stuff. I was trying to find church and Christians that were already doing that to like link up and stuff with. So just to get back, to here in these realms, what I have said before when talking to somebody is that, so like with the whole thing with Amon Hillman, what I always will say and clarify is that because I do have an appreciation and reverence and sentiment toward the Christ and the teachings that we're trying to be taught in order to reform people and how they regarded each other. With the accusation of like being a pedophile and all the nefariousness, it can be very upsetting and inflammatory to a Christian. But what I said to somebody else about why I still am around, because I like to listen and learn all the theories, because they're all theories and I want to know what's out there, right? But for me, hearing things that I don't agree with like that on that end is no different than when I was a teenager in high school, and for the graduation sermon, that Southern Baptist pastor tried to tell us that was not wine Jesus turned into. It was grape juice, because alcohol is a sin. So that was just grape juice. And it's like with the context clues, it's clearly something that makes one inebriated. So for me, that's how, I have to separate myself from the institution and from the seeking, you know what I mean? So I think that is the whole question behind Rawpath's question. And I think that is what the wondering is behind people that can be privy to so much understanding and still be okay to just identify with an orthodoxy that we understand is like institutional. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I get the sense sometimes when I go back to like a Protestant church and like I listen to a sermon, and it just feels to me like sometimes like the preacher is just kind of shooting from the hip with something he just made up. Like he dug through, like, just an example, like recently, like I heard a sermon where the guy was talking about like, he was drawing from the book of Acts. So he was like cherry picking some verses from Acts that were really talking about like, Jewish dietary law. And then he made it all about, like, he wanted to then like take it and turn it to make it about the congregation, to say, this is talking to you. And this is referring to you accepting of other people and their cultures. And like, and he made it just completely about something totally different. And so that was like, I was just kind of cringing in the pews. And I just don't, like, I don't get any of that when I go to an Eastern Orthodox church, like, because the liturgy is like very regiment and they just read the original. Yeah, they'll expound on it. They'll explain it in some instances, but they don't like try to always make it about you in the 21st century, like in your problems and your issues. Like, no, like this is the original context. Like the early church was dealing with things that we are not dealing with. Like, oh, should we eat this meat that was sacrificed to an idol? Like, we don't have that problem.
To be absorbed there.
It's more historical,
really contested.
Yeah, and also because and this is something that we talk about in the interview, the interview that's on Patreon now, that will come out on eventually for the public on YouTube, is like he's talking about how they, like the church in Greece in particular, they really feel like it's their duty to preserve the ancient Greek language in the liturgy, even though, like, he admits clearly that the new younger generation of Greeks, that speak modern Greek, they don't really like they struggle to understand the original. They're not
Well, yeah.
conversant, or they're not familiar with ancient Greek. The same thing in the in the Catholic Church, most people don't understand the Latin liturgy. In the Armenian Orthodox Church, people don't understand the Grabar liturgical Armenian dialect that was originally used to translate that they use in the church. And so there's a disconnect there, and they're happy to have that disconnect. It's like it's a feature, it's not a bug, that the congregation can't really understand 100% of the language. They believe that the congregation needs to sort of step up their game and learn how to understand it. And so that was what this priest was saying, is like, look, we're making the Bible translations are available in modern Greek for the common people who come and who aren't acquainted with ancient Greek. They're different, they're different forms of the language, right? Modern Greek and ancient Greek, they're different. And the only way you can actually get to the point where you understand what's going on in the liturgy is if you explicitly learn ancient Greek. Like, I know I have a reputation in this crowd. A lot of people like to say this about me, that like they say, oh, he only knows modern Greek. Like, no, that's not true. Like yes, I do speak modern Greek. If you watch the interview, I'm interviewing the priest in modern Greek, but the only reason I understand ancient Greek is because I studied ancient Greek. It's not because I learned modern Greek and then by osmosis, I just miraculously then understood ancient Greek. It took 10 years of like hard study of ancient Greek to really get to that point. The same thing with Russian, by the way, and Old Church Slavonic. I studied Old Church Slavonic. When I go to a Russian Orthodox liturgy in Old Church Slavonic, those languages are different. They're very different. They're not, Old Church Slavonic is not even the ancestral language of Russian. It's like Old Church Slavonic is a Southern Slavic dialect, and Russian is an Eastern Slavic dialect. The only reason I understand that liturgy is because I studied Old Church Slavonic.
Gotcha. So when did you start crossbible.com?
I started, crossbible.com started in 2023. But when we first put the website up, like I got the domain, but I was working on the cross-reference Bible application for about 10 years. So the trajectory was, I started studying Greek and, ancient Greek. And then I realized when I started studying Greek that, in the past, like I had learned to speak Russian. Basically when I learn a foreign language, what my life has taught me is that when you learn a foreign language, you need to exercise 4 quadrants or 4 strands, right? There are 4 quadrants of language learning, which is speaking, listening and speaking on one side, reading and writing on the other side. That's what I did when I learned Russian. I learned to read, write, speak, and listen and comprehend. And then I learned Spanish, the same thing, all 4, and you have to exercise them independently. You have to practice writing, typing, composing, reading comprehension, and going out into the world and actually talking to people and listening to them and hearing and understanding what they say. So that was my experience with living languages. But then I hit Greek and I realized like, oh, wow, people don't do that. They like learn how to read and write, or actually they just learn to read and that's it. So out of those 4 quadrants that I had come to know as like, these are essential, you got to do all 4. Now I only need to do 1. I just need to learn how to read and like decode. And I don't even need to learn how to compose anything. And I don't need to like listen to it. And I don't need to speak. Like, that's weird. And then I just observed that like most of the people that I was learning from through online courses, like I'm not self-taught in the sense that I just learned from books. Like I took, lots of online courses and I had a few private instructors, but like for the most part, I realized that like these people, like they sound horrible. They're reciting Greek like as if they were Harry Potter spells. It's like they're deciphering it like as if it would be like I took an online course in Egyptian hieroglyphs, right? Like I learned hieroglyphs a little bit. And it's like the approach is the same. It's just like you've got to decode this thing. And I just didn't want to learn like that. So that's why I then expanded my repertoire into modern Greek and I learned how to communicate. And that started about 10 years ago. And I went to Greece. My wife and I went there on our honeymoon. And that's when I started realizing that, oh, if I learn modern Greek, this is actually like a performance enhancing drug that I can use for my ancient Greek. Like it helps. It's like cross training, right? It's not the same thing, but they're like the skill sets transfer over enough to where like, wow, this is really cool. And everybody I asked about it on all the Greek forums and like all the people that I met who were in the field of like Greek studies, everybody would tell me, no, like you should avoid modern Greek like the plague. You know, it's totally different. It's going to confuse you. You shouldn't do that. And I just found that like, no, it's actually like really helpful. And I thought maybe someday I would come to the realization that it was like corrupting my mind or something like that, or it was handicapping me in some way. And it just never did. I never came to that realization. But as I learned to read the Bible in the original, I started realizing that there wasn't such a thing as the original, in quotes, right? Like there were multiple originals. There are all these different versions that you see in my timeline of the Bible on Cross Bible. So it really started with me developing the software application on a platform called FileMaker Pro, where I could get all of the Greek versions and line them up side by side and see how they were different. That was the original project. And then I realized that I had to get into textual criticism. So I got, you know, this huge stack of books on textual criticism. I got them all next to me because I was referencing them last night. And this is a really good one. I'll just show you one. Bruce Metzger and Bart Ehrman's The Text of the New Testament. So if you're into the topic, I have a recommended reading list on crossbible.com in the study resources section for text critical resources. And as I studied textual criticism, I began putting together an Excel spreadsheet. That's how it originally started, where with that grid, with like, you know, the manuscripts. And I was just trying to figure out, okay, what are the key manuscripts? When are they dated? What textual family do they belong to? I developed the color coding system. And so it was really just a journey of learning Greek, learning how to read. Yeah, there you go. So textual criticism. That's my recommended reading list for that topic. So it was learning to read ancient Greek, learning the differences between the versions, and developing software that would facilitate the comparison of those versions and would facilitate cross-referencing. Because what I kept realizing is that modern Bibles are broken. They are broken. And they are broken for this reason. The New Testament is all of the references in the New Testament to the Old Testament are referencing the Septuagint, with very, very few exceptions. They're all quoting the Septuagint. Luke's quoting the Septuagint. Like all the evangelists, Paul for the most part is quoting the Septuagint.
I was wondering that. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but whenever, so like the key example that you find, like go to Cross Bible, go to the homepage. And this is sort of the reason, one of the main motivations for doing this crazy project that is really like, I mean, this is very expensive to like get this up and running, and like, you know, so scroll down.
I bet the website's cost a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's intense. It's intense. Like this isn't. I mean, the theme of this stream is the brothel, right? So like, yes, I do sell subscriptions. Yeah, I do sell subscriptions to this. I have the Patreon page. You can support me on Patreon for $5 a month. You can sign up for this for $5 a month. You can purchase a
time yourself, man. Don't feel bad.
Yeah, and it's just like, you know, basically, like if I can get this to the point where it's sustainable. Right now, it's not sustainable. But I'm sorry. Yeah, go back one step. If I can get this to where it's sustainable, then I can do it full time and I can do more of it. I can make it better and better and better. But if it doesn't catch on and people like don't really want to sign up and people want to just keep using, you know, other tools, fine. So okay, go up a little bit. So basically, like I depend on this to make a living eventually. So if you click on that, click on that image. So you see the little, click on that. So this is an old design of how this was going to look, but let me give you the background here. So this is Luke 4:18, right? That you can see that's kind of highlighted. Scroll down a little bit so you can see it better, or maybe, okay. So this is a scene where Jesus walks into a synagogue, is handed a scroll of Isaiah and reads from Isaiah. And this is Isaiah 61:1. So the way that I've designed, and Cross Bible looks different from this right now. We have a sliding shelf that comes in from the right instead of that little modal window. So it's been redesigned, and I'm going to update the website to reflect that. But what you see here is basically Jesus reading a prophecy about himself from Isaiah 61, saying that, you know, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me because he's anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor, to heal the brokenhearted, preach deliverance to the captives, and recover sight to the blind. If you look that up, if you open up an NIV, you just go to take the Bible out of the pew in front of you in your church and you look up Luke 4:18, you're going to see a footnote that says Septuagint. Now, when I looked that up when I was like a teenager, like I didn't know what a Septuagint was, right? So like this is confusing, and there aren't a lot of resources that help you figure this stuff out. And so I wanted to build a cross-reference Bible that would allow you to pull up the cross-reference in the Septuagint. So what you see there is that's the Septuagint. That's an English translation of the Septuagint, the New English translation of the Septuagint, the Net's Bible. So I'm trying to license that Bible so that when you're looking at like this is the thing that he's reading. Jesus is reading Isaiah 61 about himself, and he's saying that it was prophesied that the Messiah would restore sight to the blind. Now, maybe he does that by Christing a drug in his eyes. I don't know. But what I'm saying is, like, if you go back into the Hebrew Bible, if you look this up in any translation based on the Hebrew Masoretic text, recovery of sight to the blind is not there. It's gone. It's just, it's been, it's not in that version. It's in the Greek version. So if you're not like, if you have a combo Bible, right, you have a full like New Testament plus Old Testament in the same binding, and you're reading a New Testament that was translated, it's in English, translated from Greek, and then you flip back into the Old Testament that's translated from Hebrew, it gives you the impression that Jesus is misquoting the Bible, that he's just like, he's wrong. Like he's reading from a version of Isaiah that doesn't exist. Well, it does exist. It exists in the Greek. So whether or not like historically he would have been reading from a version that had recovery of the sight to the blind in Hebrew, that's another question. We don't have a Hebrew version that says that. All we have is a Greek version that probably translated a Hebrew version that said that at some point. So here's the issue of like what came first? Was it the Greek or was it the English? What's the original? Did the original text of Isaiah say that the Messiah was going to restore sight to the blind? And then Jesus just, did that as a fulfillment of prophecy? This is the stuff that I think like a tool like Cross Bible will eventually cut through that issue and sort of heal the wound that currently exists in the Bible publishing industry, where it's like we have a New Testament from the Greek and an Old Testament from the Hebrew. Right. Why don't we just why don't we bring the Septuagint back into Bible study for normal people as opposed to scholars? Because if you look this up in a textual commentary on Luke, like you just buy a commentary on Luke and you look it up, it will tell you, oh, this is from the Septuagint. Here's what the Septuagint says. Most Bibles, even study Bibles, are not going to give you that information. So Cross Bible is meant to give you that information. So this is like when I first went to Russia, my dad gave me a Russian translation of a Protestant Bible that I took with me there. And what I realized is like when I started comparing it to the Bibles they had in Russian, the Russian Bible translates from the Greek Septuagint. Their Old Testament has that. Like if you look up Isaiah 61 in a Russian Bible, it says that restore sight to the blind in Russian. But my Protestant Russian translation didn't say that. So like this stuff was like really like crazy to me. Like why are these Bibles saying all these different things? And I thought I was going to solve that problem by learning Greek. And just like I'm just going to read the original. And and I'm learning Hebrew slowly too, but Greek is really my focus. And what I realized is that by learning Greek, it just made it even worse. It's just like then okay, now I'm not reliant on translations, but now I see all of this stuff like that I didn't see before with all these conflicting versions. Right. And so I developed a software system that will facilitate the comparison of these versions of, side by side in the same version, and then cross-referencing, so that it was a cross-reference Bible that became crossbible.com, because crossreferencebible.com is a little bit of a mouthful.
Right, Roger.
Yeah, Cross Bible is a much nicer way to.
Yeah,
a little catchier, and it's like I'm trying to open up the platform for everybody. Like it shouldn't just be for Christians. Like there is a niche on YouTube of people who don't have religious devotion, or maybe they've like deconstructed or whatever. Neil's audience, Derek's audience on Myth Vision, people who are interested in Bible study who may not be devoted to the text but still want to study it. And then there are Christians, obviously. Like I think this is just a blind spot for a lot of people, especially in the Protestant community, of like who just kind of, for them the Septuagint is just a non-essential thing. They're just like, oh, it's a translation of a translation? Like, why would I even need a translation of the Septuagint? Why don't I just get a translation of the Hebrew because it's quote unquote the original? Well, I don't think the Hebrew is actually the original, right? Like there is no original. You need to use textual criticism to get back to the original.
And if the New Testament is actually all quoting from the Septuagint, then wouldn't that be the one you want to go to anyway, if that's what you find out?
Yeah, that's the original Christian Bible.
Right?
The Septuagint's the original Christian Bible, like the original Christian Old Testament.
Yeah.
But the whole, like, look, this is something called the MT only paradigm, MT-only. It's something that Ian Young has written a lot about. Ian Young is a textual critic
MT,
of the Hebrew.
like
MT.
my name, like okay, yeah.
Yeah, so MT stands for Masoretic text. So Neil has landed, and I don't think people realize this. Neil is getting ready to interview a scholar named Ian Young, who is a textual critic of the Hebrew Bible, who dates the Hebrew Bible. Well, basically, like a lot of his work has been focused on whether or not we can really confidently date the Old Testament as early as a lot of people want to. Like he thinks it's probably like, the maybe took form in the Hellenistic period, right? So Gad Barnea is in this camp. Like this is this is the journey Neil is on, and he's going to bring Ian Young onto his stream. Like y'all need to pay attention to that interview that he's going to do.
I'm
this
excited
is
for that. I'm excited.
It's going to be a major interview, and I think, and I think this just goes back to the idea, like he's pushing back on the MT only paradigm, the Masoretic text only paradigm, and that paradigm really came out of the rabbinic Judaism of, that's been the standard. Like they standardized their Bible based on the Masoretic text in the medieval period, and the Protestants fell in line. So when the Protestant Reformation happened, and there was a question on like what's going to be our Old Testament. Are we going to use the Vulgate and the Latin? Are we going to go back to the Greek and use the Greek Old Testament? Are we going to like go back to what the original? And obviously, quote unquote, the original must be the Hebrew. So this is what created the rift, where now it's like all Protestant Bibles are translating from directly from the Hebrew. And then to some extent, some of them are like reaching for the Greek whenever there's a conflict. When I was like textual variant, like the ESV, for example, like we went over an example of this last night, right. Deuteronomy 32:43. It's like if you take an inventory of the Protestant Bibles, they're following the Masoretic text like very strictly. Like it's Masoretic. But then you get the ESV, the NRSV, more like scholarly editions that will cherry pick from the Septuagint whenever there's a reading where they're like, I think the Greek's more original here. And that was really the theme of the talk last night. It was just like, no, like the Greek is more original in many cases. Like the wording of it is more original, but the question of whether the language is the original, that's a totally different question. But like we're all on board for like the Septuagint in terms of just like, that like people need to value that. I just wouldn't overvalue it and like claim that like it's the original language. That's a little extreme. But whether or not it preserves original readings, like whether or not that reading of Isaiah 61 that Jesus was reading in Luke 4:18, is that more original? I don't know. Like I'm not, like I can't say definitively if that's more original, but it definitely would have been considered authoritative to the early Christians. The early Christians would like that was their Bible. That was their game. That was their thing. The Jews had their Bible, and there were arguments about who was right. Like which has it right? Do we have is our Septuagint correct, or is their Jewish Bible in the Hebrew correct? And in the Protestant Reformation, that question was just sort of settled. They're just like, we're just going to go with the Hebrew. Like throw out the Greek. It's just a bad translation.
Right. And so as far as like, and I don't want to crack it open too much because I know, people got stuff to do. We're all adults. My son's back from, his other parents and stuff. But the dating on the timeline, it does have a disclaimer, right? That says this particular column is not when you're saying that they were starting to be drafted. It's just up into that.
Well, there was, I think what you concluded on one of your streams, you said, okay, Stephen is assuming that the original proto like text of the Hebrew Bible was composed in the 5th or 4th century BC, so he's dating it late.
You corrected me once, going, no, that wasn't.
That wasn't the intent. Yeah, the timeline is not meant to pinpoint the composition of, like, you know, whoever wrote the Torah or whatever. Like, it's not meant to imply that that's when it was composed. It just means that, like, the farthest back we can go to indicate a proto-Masoretic text type and a proto-Septuagint text type that would have been in Hebrew. That could have been anywhere between the 5th and the 4th century of when that existed, when those two traditions existed. But we have zero evidence. We have no manuscripts. All we have is later manuscripts that indicate that there were two textual families, and they must have translated from some earlier source, but we can't go back that far.
Right.
You know, for Christianity, we can go back we know more or less that things were composed like late 1st, maybe early 2nd century. And then we have documents from within a century that attest to the fact that, oh yeah, they were composed around that time. But we don't have like nearly as much evidence for the Hebrew Bible, which is what Neil is going to talk about with Ian Young, is like, what can we determine with certainty or relative certainty of what, like, when these books were composed, when they were copied, when they were finalized and standardized.
Right. So you have talked with Gnostic a lot. Has he ever mentioned, and I know you've probably just heard him say it, if not, that there is no record of an Abraham or a Moses with the Elephantine Island papyrus scrolls?
That basically, so the thought on that is that if there's a Jewish community outside of the, you know, Eretz Israel, Holy Land, that has a temple to Yahweh, and they're worshiping the Jewish God there in Egypt with a temple,
right?
They're violating Mosaic law. So the open question is, like, did they know there was a Mosaic law? Like, did they know they were violating the law? Because if they're writing a letter back to Jerusalem to ask, like, hey, what should we practice in our temple? The response should have been like, you shouldn't have a temple in the first place. What are you talking? You know, it's like there should only be one temple in Jerusalem. Like, if they had the Bible, they should have known that. And so when we find all of these documents there in Aramaic, and it makes it clear that, like, yeah, they're worshiping Yahweh in a temple in Egypt.
Right.
Clearly, Yahwism exists in some form in that community. But if they have a Bible, like, it's very, like, this is not the evidence the archaeological evidence we would expect if they actually had the Bible we have today, or in some form.
Right.
And so that's the mystery. That's the thing that, like, you know, it's very, very, it saddens me that, like, the Lady Babylon community was so harsh on, like, Gad Barnea about saying things like Jewish Greek and, like, you know, whatever, like the question of, like, which language came first has blinded people to the value that, like, this scholarship of, like, that Gad Barnea's scholarship is bringing to the table. Because if you really wanted to, like, sort of, you know, like, follow along with Neil's exploration of, like, how, you know, is the Hebrew Bible a product of the Hellenistic period? That's an interesting question. And I think a lot of people are closing themselves off to exploring that question because they're just sort of like, you know, they got blinders on when it comes to, like, anybody who suggests that the Bible was composed in Hebrew before it was translated into Greek, like that, the mainstream consensus, like, people just people in the chat are freaking out about it. Like, say Hebrew was dead by the 3rd century, you know, BC. Yeah. Like, no, it wasn't. It wasn't. Like, like, that's not true. So, I mean, if there's evidence that it's true, like, show me, but, like, it doesn't seem like it's true to me.
I guess what they really mean is something along the lines of, I guess it wasn't being used as any broad, it wasn't being used by any surrounding cultures or anything as any, like Greek would, for example, how it was just kind of everywhere. Well, Hebrew wasn't being, like, spoken everywhere by other cultures, I guess. So
I think, well, okay, by the 3rd century, by the Bar Kokhba revolt, like the 3rd, 4th century AD, Hebrew ceased to be spoken as a living language. It died. At least it went into hibernation. So it became a literary language, just like how ancient Greek is a literary language in Greek today. Like, people speak modern Greek and they use ancient Greek in church. people spoke Aramaic and people spoke Greek and people spoke all these other languages in Jewish communities throughout the diaspora, and nobody spoke Hebrew. It was done. It was like it became a liturgical language in that period. And for some reason, it is just becoming like, like I think a lot of people in the chat would probably say, no. It wasn't the 4th century AD when that happened. It was the 4th century BC, or it was like the 8th, or it was just like, or it just never, like nobody ever spoke it. It's made up. It's fake. Like that's what I'm hearing a lot. And it's just like, I don't see any reason to side with that conclusion.
I guess just because there's not an overwhelming, so I know where that's coming from, the way that that's being phrased and what you're referring to. And it's, it is a Babylon episode or several of them where there's kind of, there'll be 10 things that he says every episode. And one of them is the same thing that you're talking about, where he talks about Hebrew being a dead language by the time that they were even writing the Bibles.
Yeah.
And of course, there was the whole, I was talking with Neil the other day about how the Septuagint was, correct me, 250 BC and older to 350-ish BC. That was the time drafting.
When it was drafting or, translating. Yeah. Like if it's a translation project, the original translation of the Pentateuch, like when it would have been, when they would have like engaged in this project, supposedly in Alexandria.
So my question is, I wonder, I guess the argument I presented without having any formal education in this, obviously, was, well, I don't think that the Hebrew version of the Old Testament would have necessarily been around for very long before they started making a Greek version. So does the date of the Septuagint push forward the potentials for how old that those texts are? Like I don't think a lot of people agree with that the Torah or was given to Moses 1300 BC.
So Russell
don't think it's that old because
Russell Gamirkin is somebody who like has been around in the community for a while, and I've talked to him as well about this. Who believes that the earliest evidence we have for the Hebrew Bible, full stop, is like the account of the translation of the Septuagint, and he believes that the Hebrew Bible itself was composed at the exact same time as the Septuagint, that basically like they were taking from the Greek tradition and like from Plato, a lot of it came from Plato. They wanted to sort of make up their history by composing the Hebrew Bible, and they did it in parallel, where they would compose like a part of the Bible and translate it into Greek, compose a part of the Bible, and it all happened like at the same period, in the Hellenistic period. Maybe drawing from some previous existing tradition.
You don't like that concept a whole lot, obviously.
No. I've actually, when I first heard about it, I thought it was absurd, mainly because I had studied enough of textual criticism to know that if you look on my timeline, you can see that there are two separate traditions in that period already. Like there was my timeline assumes the sort of mainstream consensus that there was a Proto-Masoretic text and a Proto-Septuagint at the same time, and that they go back to some earlier source. We just don't know when and where that was.
Right.
So in that model, there must have been some tradition, some text, some like Hebrew source that went back further than we can detect. And yes, the maximalist dating is like, we're going to push that all the way back to like the 9th century. But then when you get into archaeology, right, again, like with Israel Finkelstein is like concluded pretty definitively based on just hard evidence on the ground and carbon dating of all the different stromata, the different layers of archaeology, that like people just weren't writing in the southern kingdom of Judah in like the before the 9th century, like, right. So it's like so the furthest you could push back, like the literacy, like if you just take the, and so this is the crux of the problem. Like you go back and you find inscriptions in Canaanite, right, that are like 10th century, 9th century, like little stone tablets, and there's no Hebrew. The Hebrew language doesn't exist. It's like Canaanite in different dialects. Then you get like a century later, and it's like, okay, now this may be Phoenician, this may be Hebrew, And then you get Paleo Hebrew, but you don't get the Bible. You just get sort of attestations of the fact that, yes, this was a living language that people spoke.
Right.
And it was at that time emerging from Canaanite. But
Right.
then there's this huge gap between that and like, you know, and you get the Elephantine papyri. And then all of a sudden in the Hellenistic period, you get lots of evidence that there's a Bible. And it's like, well, where did that come from? It's like, oh, well, there was oral tradition, or it was, you know, it was written in an old script and then got rewritten. But like Moses, like if Moses were a historical figure, he would speak Egyptian. And then like if there were Hebrew slaves in Egypt, they would have spoken proto Canaanite, or like, you know, like it's really hard to align like the history with the dating. So like I'm not opposed to the idea that like that if there's a simpler explanation that like maybe this is all just composed in the Hellenistic period, I think they were probably composing it based on some earlier tradition. But I think the same thing about Homer. For the record, I don't think Homer existed. Like I think if he did exist, he was probably just he was like a rapper. He was like a really good bard. He was somebody who just absorbed the tradition, probably from his dad, who got it from his dad, who got it from his dad. And this stuff was circulating in iambic, in dactylic hexameter in an oral tradition, was not written down. It was just memorized for hours and hours. People could recite these poems. And then eventually they started getting written down, and maybe someone named Homer, a blind bard, played into it in like the 9th century BC. But I think this stuff may push back much, much earlier. We just don't have any evidence that it did. So it's just like, we can't date it.
There just isn't.
So
for that.
Yeah, because oral traditions that begin writing down their tradition at some point, you know, like they you know, like if it starts out as an oral tradition, then we don't know how far it goes back.
Correct. You're right. Unless of course the archaeology might suggest some timelines maybe, but yeah, I see what you're saying.
Well, the archaeology can attest to like the existence of the language and the culture
at that
and like
time stamp.
Yeah, but it doesn't give us like, it just doesn't date the Bible. We just don't have the Bible, you know, like we have. I mean, it's disputed. Like I know that like some people might argue like, oh well, there's the you know, like I have a timeline that I feature in one of my videos in the Cross Bible YouTube channel. My last one, my big 1 hour one, Greek versus Hebrew, that I think a lot of people here have maybe seen. You could pull it up and show it. That one, I go over the timeline of like the archaeology, when we have evidence for the existence of Hebrew. And I also collaborated on that video with a scholar named Gilad Zuckerman, who is the scholar that Ammon Hillman cites. Like that's the thing. He cites him to give that 8,000 like number of saying like Hebrew only has 8,000 words according to Gilad Zuckerman. He cites Gilad Zuckerman. So I reached out to Gilad Zuckerman to be like, hey, can you help me out and like give me information? And I read his book, and that was the research I did that I put into this video. It's that one. Yeah. So Greek versus Hebrew. So do me a favor, if you haven't seen that one, just hit play on it, and then not now, just like if anybody's listening, please, I would very much appreciate it. It would be a huge favor to me if you would play that video from beginning to end, because I'm really struggling to get my watch hours, and that's a full hour. If 1,000 people watch that thing for a full hour, I could monetize my YouTube channel. So and that was a really like I poured a lot of research into that. I got a lot of people probably from this community who are hating on it, who go into the comments and say this sucks, but that's also engagement. So please, like if you want to watch it and you want to crap all over it and no matter what you think,
also leave a comment.
Drop a comment, because I you know, and I try to be very nice and respectful. And some people people have pointed out errors in my videos, and I usually have a corrections section in my description. So like if people point out that like I totally misdated something, or I omitted something, or I got something totally wrong, or I said something about corn and corn didn't exist, like I'm happy to admit when I'm wrong. Like, you know, I'm not a scholar, I'm just a video producer. Like that's, you know, so I'm a researcher and I produce videos with my research, and you know, and I've now gravitated into the realm of live interviews. So now I have a Patreon page for live interview.
Heck yeah. Well, I was gonna ask, even though we're gonna cut you free here so you can go get on with your life and whatnot, and we can talk to Chase some more. But I was gonna ask.
But Chase wants to ask something.
Yeah, perfect. There you go.
Thank you. No, I was enjoying you guys talking. I didn't want to jump in there. So I kind of look at a lot of things from patterns perspective, and I don't really know how else to say it. But do you think that part of the, I guess, the conflict with this Hebrew or ancient Greek, who came first, that the importance of that comes from Christianity claiming to be, or Judaism claiming to be, this special, separated out belief system that discovered all of this stuff on their own, and only they hold the truth with the capital T. And everybody else, which I guess kind of came out of the Dark Ages, everybody else is pagan or evil or nature is bad. We're going to circumcise you, men and women. I know there's a lot of weird bundles of stuff that happen and schisms that happen, and I understand all that. But so I'm not saying that it's every Christian thinks that's cool or anything like that. But part of this like adversarial relationship, could that come from that initial force that we all feel just growing up, even in the modern world, which I was raised non-denominational Baptist, then evangelical. Yeah. And then I was a literature major. So then I was like, Cormac McCarthy atheist guy. And then I've kind of found my way back into being really interested in all of this stuff. But seeing those patterns and then kind of understanding what seemed to be happening for the general public during the Dark Ages, how the Enlightenment came about with the Gutenberg press, the different drugs that went into cafes and people talking more, the Renaissance, how much it was connected to ancient Greek, our form of storytelling, poetry, all of that stuff kind of comes from this era that, was just seems like
You froze for me. Did he freeze for everybody?
Chase? I don't know if he...
He was on a roll. Wait.
Yeah,
Chase?
I know.
If he can...
Oh my goodness, we have no one here to help because WitchDoctor and Marcel are not here.
Well, I guess I'll start to answer the question, and then maybe he can ask a follow-up question. Yeah, I think that a lot of the pushback does come from a knee-jerk preference for what I was describing earlier as the MT only paradigm, the Masoretic text only paradigm. The Masoretic text only paradigm seems to me to just be this kind of bias that is really dominating scholarship. It is dominating scholarship mainly because there is a huge sort of evangelical Protestant strain in scholarship in Bible scholarship and in Hebrew Bible scholarship. And yeah, there's a kind of deference to the Hebrew that blinds people from opening themselves up to any possibilities. The possibility that I would like people to start opening themselves up to, or, it's not like I think this is already kind of mainstream scholarship, but I think it should be more broad, is a general acceptance of the idea that we were discussing with Neil last night, and that sort of is part of the Cross Bible mission, that there are readings, there are parts of the Greek Septuagint that are probably more original than what we find in the Hebrew Masoretic text. The question of which language comes first is a different question. I'm just talking about which tradition, the Hebrew tradition versus the Greek tradition, preserves in certain instances what is more likely to be the original unadulterated, whatever, Auskunft text, the source. And so I think, yeah, when I was in Greece, so this interview that I did, that's on the Patreon right now, that'll eventually be on YouTube. I asked him about the language. There was a big section in the interview where I was asking him about the use of ancient Greek in the Greek Orthodox Church. And I'm like, this is the same language as the New Testament, right? And he's like, well, it is also the same language as the Old Testament because we have our translation that was produced in the Alexandrian period. For them, they just yes, they acknowledge that there's a Hebrew Bible and it's a holy text for them. They just don't use it. They don't have any need for it. They only use the Septuagint. And that's their Bible. So they don't have that bias, but we're in our bubble here in America. And we, and then I'm from a Protestant background and Chase is from a Protestant background. So yeah, we come up against people who are just totally bullheadedly,
just ignorant. Like they don't understand what, like, that there's this whole tradition out there. And for them, it's just like a what? Like, what are you talking about? And like, that's why it's like annoying to me when I recently pulled a Bible out of the pew. It was like an NIV study Bible. And I opened up Luke 7:14 just to see like, what do they have there? And it's just, again, it's a footnote in that verse that just says like asterisk Septuagint. And then you go back and then you scroll back to Isaiah 61. And then, yes, they do have a footnote that says the Septuagint says restore sight to the blind. But like, it seems to me like if you're as a Christian, like I would prefer to actually see restore sight to the blind to be in the body of the text, right? Like of Isaiah 61. Like that was the original Christian Bible. Protestants have allowed their Bible to be sort of to conform to the Jewish Bible because they believe that it's superior. So yeah, like that. This is to Chase's point. Like they have exalted the Jewish Bible to the point of being like the received Masoretic text. Like the MT only paradigm has really blinded them, and they are just not open to the possibility that maybe there's some stuff, maybe there are some nuggets in the Septuagint that we should be digging through to figure out what, at the very least, what Bible the original Christians used, right? Regardless of what Bible was quote unquote the original. At least get back to what the original, because I can tell you what Bible version the author of Luke was using, right? Like it may not, it doesn't match our modern critical editions of the Septuagint 100% because a lot of the tradition was lost. But again, why was the tradition lost? Why is my copy of the Septuagint that's laying next to me right now, why is it corrupt? What happened? What happened was the rise of the Masoretic text. Like it was the Jewish community created a monopoly around their particular form of the text and accused the Christians of having the wrong Bible. And the Christians just got cornered and were just like, okay, well, I guess we're just going to use your Bible then. You know, the Eastern Orthodox didn't go along with that. They're like, no, screw you. We got the Greek. Go. You know, you Protestants go have fun with your Jewish Bible. We got the original. We're happy with this one. Good. We're good. We're good.
I'm guessing Chase had some technical difficulties.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh no.
He was in the middle of a question and it kind of froze.
Yeah, he was on a roll. Yeah, so the question in the chat, what version of the Bible was Luke using? Luke was using the Greek Bible. He was writing in Greek. He was referencing the Greek Bible. Same thing with Paul. There are some questions about Paul and Matthew. Paul and Matthew are like the two New Testament authors who sometimes quote Greek in a way that makes it seem like they were aware of the Hebrew reading because their Greek version doesn't match our critical edition of the Greek. There are instances like that are debated, right. But the way that Emmanuel Tove closes that loop, you know, Emmanuel Tove is a scholar that I cite a lot on this topic, is that we don't know, we can't determine whether or not Paul was like busting out a Hebrew scroll and translating it on the fly in Greek, or whether or not he was busting out a Greek scroll of a translation, a Greek translation, and relying on that. Aside from the fact that Paul claims to have been a Pharisee and studied under Gamaliel, and like, you know, we can assume from Paul's description of his own background that, yeah, he must have had some exposure to Hebrew. He must have known Hebrew if he's a trained like rabbi, but like his writing doesn't have any, we have no indication that anyone writing in the New Testament spoke any language but Greek as their primary language, with the exception of the book of Revelation, which may have been written by somebody who was not a native speaker of Greek because he makes a lot of weird mistakes. I assume people here would dispute that, but for the most part, yeah, the New Testament was written by native Greek speakers. Maybe some of them were Hellenistic Jews, but they're native Greek speakers writing in Greek, relying on the Greek Old Testament that we call the Septuagint. They didn't call it the
Revelation. I know you've heard the Jesus with the golden bra thing, but just a second, in sort of a counter, the bra didn't exist. We were talking about what existed or didn't exist in Europe. You know, like Italian food didn't have tomatoes till after 1492. Blah blah crap like that.
Yeah.
You know? And the bra didn't exist.
Maybe it's the word bra that didn't exist, but the item did. Just because it wasn't called a bra doesn't mean a bra didn't exists.
There's been some discussion lately that's going to come out in this video that Neil's working on with Carl Ruck's responses, is that in toxicology and antiquity, Dr. Hillman claims that the word mitra or mitri, with an eta or an alpha ending, that word is like a veiled reference to a vagina. And when I looked into it, it looked like no, it's actually a kind of girdle that the women were wearing in in the Argonautica.
Right.
But
there's
what
I was trying to remember. Girdle, yes, yeah.
Yeah, like a girdle, like it's almost like a chastity belt. Like it's a thing that they wear and they take it off when they get married or when they give birth. Like it's a ritualistic thing, and she puts a drug in it, right? And so his thing is she's putting the drug in her badge, right? That's the way he's reading it. But then when I really dug into it, he said that it's according to the Scholiast. Like I did a lot of research on this, and she's definitely not inserting it in there. She's inserting it into her mitra, which is either a girdle, but in one point it's actually describing it as her. It's like a band around her breast or her chest, stethos.
So it was like a bandolier, like
they're both feminine.
Bullet belt, like
yeah,
a
so
cowboy would.
So it seemed to me like after digging through the primary sources and looking at the Greek that no, she's sticking it in there, right? Like she's taking this, the drug and she's sticking it in there. But yeah, if you're going to follow Hillman's reading, she was just going, she was going right in there. But right. I didn't see any evidence for that.
Well, and I only have really looked into the Revelation thing. And that was something that Chase, one of the first things he had looked up, just curious, was some of the Revelation stuff. And there's one chapter in the book I wrote about it where I look it up and I see that, it uses the word mastoi instead of stethos, or however you would say it. I don't speak Greek, but
I say
and I guess his argument was, and I'm going to say it kind of like him, not making fun of him, but, now this is feminine, y'all, but isn't stethos, is that masculine?
No.
So that's neuter. Feminine as well. So they both are feminine.
No. Stethos is neuter.
Okay,
stethos.
Got you. It's neuter. Got you.
Yeah, and mastos is a human breast that is masculine.
Okay.
So the part of the body part, mastos, is masculine, but the stethos or stetos is neuter. But not that those are just, grammatical gender is kind of random. Like a lot of the time, it's whether or not a body part is masculine or feminine. It doesn't really, it's not significant.
Correct. And that's where one of the golden apples comes, the golden grenades or whatever we call it. Mandy Moorhall, we coined a term for anything that's said to make you go, wait, what? And and that was, I guess, where the energy behind that with Babylon and in the book Hermaphrodites, Gynomorphs, and Jesus. I have it right here, and he talks about Jesus, returning with. You've read the golden breastplate, if you will, if it's more of a war theme. There's a sword coming out of the mouth, the white hair and stuff. But he's put in our heads a version of Jesus that is extremely feminized, but I think it's piggybacking off of some of that artwork and the whole French medievalists talking about that side wound being a vaginal symbolism and seeding the I would need to read I would need to play my own PowerPoint to really make it sound better, but
the wound.
I'm sure it just sounds ridiculous, but I had never heard that before. So it was obviously a little interesting with these.
So, but what is it? Can you articulate it like from your memory? Like what is it with the wound and the symbolism?
So there are a couple. Okay. So there's a couple of concepts I discovered in the art world, and there's the Jesus's massive erection being symbolism for what this doesn't even make sense, but this is just according to the researchers, different. The Manisaros, for example, I can't remember the artist. You see a giant erection. Obviously, this is 1600 freaking years after the event. So it's the artist's rendition has absolutely zero relevance in any truth, but it lets you know some of these theories that have been floating around that maybe are hidden in different artworks, or even movies. Like I talk about The Big Lebowski being an old theory that you learn only in philosophy classes from universities with Greek classical majors. You learn about Jesus from the Greek poetry perspective of interpreting the text, and so the kids and the blessing and the belovedness of having the students and the intimacies, which was talked about a little bit last night. Obviously, nothing really mentions this in the Bible a whole lot, you know. But the looking up this vaginal wound. Now, this is going to sound insane if this is the first time you've heard it. And so artists have talked about Jesus's giant erection actually being the symbolism for a castration, which is weird because I heard that from Hillman, but I go back and find this actually in artworks and the explanations of the artists putting that into the pictures. But then there was also the vaginal wound. So when he was stabbed in the ribs, and I feel like it's stretching the story some, but then in that way that people try to interpret Greek and Dionysian stories, they always have this sort of androgynous twist sometimes because of things like Canis from old Greek Homer stuff, or any of the hermaphroditic type of stuff. And so this whole concept of Jesus transforming into a female deity in Revelation is the whole pitch that he has, and it's based off of the word for bra, but it's not a word for bra. It's a word for like a girdle or a supportive thing, breastplate potentially, because in this Revelation, what looks like a psychedelic trip if you're reading it, but apparently coming back feminine and having this transformation from going from male to a feminine deity, but that's only based off of words that are feminine no matter what gender you're talking about. So I found a little bit of
I think it's tenuous. Yeah, I think it's tenuous to connect grammatical gender in that way. Like if it's referring to just a body part, and like the breast, like you would think, okay, like our English brains might conclude that like, well, shouldn't a breast really be feminine? Shouldn't that be a feminine noun? Like, why is a breast a masculine noun when it's like a female body part? Like, well, no, it's always been like, it's just grammatical gender just doesn't map onto real world, like, sex or gender. It's like, it's not, just this cup is neuter, and like, my door is feminine. Like it doesn't,
right.
There isn't a correlation between like the gender that's assigned and like the association with male or female.
Thomas says here, who hasn't had a psychedelic experience and come back feminine? Well, the reason why this whole thing stood out so much as completely left field. I mean, can you imagine me telling my granddaddy this? He would be shitting his pants, just be, what the hell are you talking about? He doesn't really have any of the education on maybe the Greek surrounding culture leading up to the time to ever suggest such a thing, and neither did I till I started hearing this. But I will say that a long time ago, I had a psychedelic experience, and I don't know if this is the entheogen working in a different way, of foreshadowing something I was gonna learn about, which is what I think it could be, honestly. But I saw a feminine Jesus years ago before I heard about this shit, and it freaked me out a little bit because I've always been an atheist before psilocybin. And so seeing that obviously has no academic justification, but it made me like, when I started hearing him say that on the show, I was like, hold on, what?
That's so psilocybin converted you?
Right, it transformed me. No, so I saw a feminine Jesus in a vision, and I was just like, what? Like, I didn't think I've seen God, and it was a female. I would never think that I was going to ever even see Jesus in these experiences, but I've been so obsessed with this, my brain formulated something. But it being female made no sense because I hadn't read this stuff. Now, being an atheist, and this is where Christians really love the story, seeing all of that stuff made me now believe in something else. It's just not very definitive, because how can you can't. The more you psychonaut, I don't know if that actually leads you to truth or things your brain tells you to see, So I don't know. But that was very interesting. And then to read that other artists have talked about that the vaginal wound, it still seems like sort of a stretch to a degree, but because artists do all kinds of stuff. If they're not a fan of Christianity, they'll do things to subtly, bash it, or to, little.
I watched a lecture once. By a class assistant. I'm blanking on her name. It's this woman. She taught on the Great Courses, but she had an interesting explanation about how basically for men in antiquity, they felt that whenever you were stabbed for the first time, that was the same as you being penetrated and like you were losing your virginity, basically. Like they're like the men in that culture had a sense of being a virgin before you got stabbed in battle for the first time, and that you were popping your cherry when you first got stabbed. And then that was sort of like you came into manhood in that sense. So maybe there is a
totally
parallel.
a thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So like that's your vaginal wound. That's like your,
yeah. Think about that. Wow.
Is Chase back? Could Chase finish his thought?
Chase,
I can't believe I didn't think about that. Oh man, I feel dumb.
Hey Chase, did you catch my response to your cutoff question?
No, it's like I waited so long and I had questions and then my phone just like zipped out whatever I was plugged into, so I had to drive to another location to get a better plug. So
all right.
I didn't.
Well, I guess
Cliff Notes works. Probably gave a good answer.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, like when you say you were asking, like, do I think that the pushback, like the knee-jerk kind of pushback against the rejection of like the Greek first hypothesis, let's call it that, if I think that that's driven for some reverence or deference to the Hebrew Bible or just like, the Bible in general or Christianity or Judaism being like superior, for me, it was just, I was already, when I started hearing this stuff, okay, good. Okay, so when I started hearing this stuff, people were sending me the video, right, of Hillman on Danny Jones, and he's talking about how the Septuagint's first. And I had just I was at that time, like I had already been really deeply, I've read a lot of the Septuagint, and I know it personally. Like I've engaged with that text enough to just know that like it's very, very different from all of the other Greek sources that I read. It doesn't read like a native Greek text in the way it's described, with the exception of the stuff like, the Greek additions to Daniel and Esther, like that stuff does read like native Greek. But if you really wrestle with this text in Greek and you read it a lot and you look stuff up, you just continually are faced with this pattern that like, this is stuff that's like, this translation Greek, like it's translationese. It reads like it doesn't fit, and any native Greek person at that time who was reading it would have felt that. And so that was my knee-jerk reaction. The reason I just sort of like instinctively rejected it and then dug into it a little more and continued to reject it was not because I just think like, oh, because Hebrew is so holy and like, I don't know Hebrew very well. I know Greek. And so for me, it was more just like, I don't think any self-respecting Greek speaker in antiquity would have claimed the Septuagint as theirs. It would have been very foreign to them. So that's my.
Do you think it matters? I guess I agree with what you just said there. I think that's totally valid. But so part of that, of the Christianity's belief system and Abrahamic faiths in general, is that they are the source of everything, like moral, everything we see in civilization, basically, how you should live, who you should live for, and how you should live your life so that you may, I guess now, which is another question I have later, in the version that you'll have this afterlife if you live this certain way. So it's a code of conduct. It also feels like a constitution to me, which is why anywhere there's a theocracy, there becomes some kind of kingdom and dictatorship and invention. Any kind of flourishing seems to kind of get clamped down, unless some of it can slowly start to seep in, like we're seeing with Saudi Arabia. But they might clamp it down. I don't know. So it seems to be its own form of constitution, and that special, I guess that feeling of it, that claim to the truth with a capital T to be able to tell you all of those things without someone having the freedom to figure that out on their own comes from this narrative that they are the oldest. They have all the, the best stories, the best ideas, and it's been around the longest. And it seems to hinge on that for a lot of people instinctually, where I don't care, honestly. Like, I mean, if the Hebrew could have totally came first and then whatever else, I don't really care. I'm looking at like the structure of that cognitive framework and how it kind of takes hold. And sometimes I feel like people are really arguing against that because it shouldn't really matter if it's texts from history for me, because they're our texts. Like the idea that's like Greek speaking people were different from Hebrew speaking people in terms of a civilization that lived underneath some kind of representative republic seems kind of ridiculous. Like that we need to choose the side of either of those people. And then to also see that our history has been totally altered by Christian history is just super disturbing to me. And that's not discounting how much grotesque things come from ancient Greek speaking cults as well. Like, you know what I mean? So there's some kind of weird superiority thing that kind of like, that I feel, not from you, by the way, like you seem to be really interested in the text and what you're interested in, stuff like that. But I mean, I don't know if anything I'm saying like hits home or makes you feel like why this is such a important thing. I mean, like for people to be like, I think just mulling over and over. And Alman he's doing what he does, right? But it's like at a certain point, it's like, well, why is it a gadfly for so many people? You know what I mean?
I think it's just because so many people, I think this is just a very, very well studied field. And like people know, like the Septuagint has been poured over by so many people. It would be, yeah. I mean, I guess you could say that there's a bias. There's sort of like, this is the status quo and this is the consensus, and it's hard to buck the consensus and get people on the new page without like really bringing your A game. And I don't know, like, is Hillman ever going to do that? Like, is he going to publish under peer review? No, like he's going to continue this sort of thing on Lady Babylon. But I can tell you, like, if you go back, like people are in the chat are asking about Africanus, right? Like all this talk about Africanus. We went over Africanus yesterday with Neil, and it's baffling to me and Neil that like he cites Africanus in his correspondence with Origen. This is the ancient, like you go all the way back to Africanus and Origen, and they're arguing about the same thing. What came first? Not what language came first, but they're specifically talking about the spurious Greek or the original Greek additions to Daniel. Africanus is saying like to Origen, like basically Origen thinks that it's all original, it's all holy, it's all like, sacred. And the entire thing, the whole Septuagint goes back to some Hebrew original. That's Origen's position. Africanus is like, what about these portions of like Daniel? This has got to be originally Hebrew. Originally Greek. So he's saying like, there's this word play, there's all this stuff. This can't go back to a Hebrew original. It just doesn't work. He said everything else is Hebrew. I'm going to grant that all of this is Hebrew, but this portion right here, this is Greek, dude. Like, he wants to settle this debate. And Origen's reaction in his response to Africanus that we have is just like a bunch of BS. It's just like, oh, but there are all these differences between the Greek and the Hebrew. And he does like this tap dance and does not address anything that Africanus said. And so like, I believe that Hillman understands this. I believe he's doing it on purpose by saying Africanus agrees with me that the Septuagint was originally written in Greek. No, he doesn't, but he agrees with respect to those little slivers of it that are originally written in Greek. We can all agree on that.
And kind of blown out of proportion.
Sure.
The way he phrases it, I don't know. Maybe if you put him on the spot, he would clarify, because I know he's gotten some pushback on this.
Well, in his book, one of the Chemical Muse, he did say that. Was it Chemical Muse? Yeah, he did say that the Hebrew was in that book, but he comes back and says that now, but he doesn't do the best job describing any layering effect or in Greek Hebrew. He doesn't really do a description of that. He tends to say that the entire thing is Greek, and I think that's where a lot of scholars have a really tough time, because like Dr. Karitko, for example, like you can just see it in his eyes. And I understand he's in a seminary field of academia, not necessarily, I don't think he works at like just a university. I think he teaches student studies. And I'm just watching his face boil that little bit being added in wasn't there. And I got made fun of for saying that. People told me that was absolutely asinine. Your timeline seemed to say the same sort of thing, and that's not what I was going off of yet. And then I saw the timeline. I was like, okay, this looks more like how I've been trying to say. It's like, it's really complicated. There's a lot of layers, and it's hard to just describe one sentence, you know.
I think I might be having like a different, a parallel like thought process with you guys right now. Like everything you guys are like with the text and stuff, like it's cool. It's cool. I just don't care about that. What I'm like kind of trying to, and I don't know how to actually put this in words. So I'm not the, you know, I talk a lot, but I'm not the brightest person. But like, imagine I was raised by I'm sorry?
I think I know what you're asking.
Oh, okay. Sorry, man. Yeah.
I think I know what you're asking.
Let me try a metaphor real quick. Like, so imagine that you grew up on a farm and I'm your father, and I was your source of information, and I told you how the world was, and I rewrote Blood Meridian. I took some of my favorite passages and I made it into a book, and I said, hey, I wrote this, and I came up with those ideas and whatever else. Like, that's the kind of thing I'm trying to get towards with Christianity, where they like, I don't care when it was written. I don't care if they were first or last. I mean, I'm interested in like the history of humanity, right? And I'm interested in how it's been viewed. And, you know, if you add on all these different shifts of them telling us how we are, it's cognitive framing. Women are XYZ, right? You know, they need to be in service to men. I mean, and these changed, I guess, over different times, but why is that? Why was there circumcisions, right? I'm really interested in that right now. I don't know how much research is on that, but that traumatically separates a human from, you know, nature in a way. It's like their sexual organ you're messing with, and you see it in these extreme Islamic countries, right? But we also see it in modernity right now, but it's some kind of weird, you know, superficial thing they say helps with germs or something, but I don't know how accurate that is. It's still really strange. And then it goes back to rabbis using their mouths, and like, and I'm not trying to say this in any kind of critical attack against anybody who's Christian right now or anything like that. I'm just talking about the reality of how this stuff gets set up, how it positions itself, and then what it claims. And then when anybody seems to poke at it in any way, shape, or form, like they become victims, you know, if that makes any sense, where it's just like, well, no, there's no way. And is it tied to, this is the absolute word of God, and if I don't believe this, or if that's not true, then all of this is hocus pocus, just like the eternal life thing and the ionic life thing. So it's like, and again, it doesn't mean there's not great Christian concepts in there or whatever else, but to say that like, treat your neighbor how you should want to be treated or something, or greed is bad, right? We came up with that. No, you fucking didn't. And even if you did, that's cool. We'll take it and we'll make it work. But there's also things that's come from. And then to say like, well, we weren't influenced from anything else, don't read anything else. And like, that's the kind of, and then you can hear me, I'm getting a little defensive and aggressive about it, because that's what I tend to like, I think I heat seek and attack on, not specifically like whether people should read the Bible or whether, like, you know, it's important or not important. I think it is cool and important, but like how much is getting lost, I guess, when we're just focusing on the semantics and not looking at like, I mean, all of that stuff. I don't know if any of that opened up anything at all, but I don't want you to feel attacked or anything. So
I think one of the things you're trying to ask is, why is the instinctive desire to understand the human conditioning so powerful? Because that's what's really making people want to say my way is first, because all of these religions and shit are really just a way for you to understand your human condition, like what the human condition is. And I think the desire and the war towards what's first is because of the instinct to need to understand the human condition. You know, I think really that's That's what we're really trying to understand here.
Well,
Yeah, maybe, but the Abrahamic faith specifically, especially with the schisms, separated not only people from nature, female, feminine, what all that other stuff, but from drugs. And drugs are considered bad because of the way Christians like instilled that in our brains. And I'm not saying there are definitely bad stuff out there, but like that is all cognitive framing. Think you're a little thinker riding in your head, a little soul separate from everything else, and that this is all temporary, and then you could just like shit everywhere and let it die and stuff like that. All those weird, or humans are all evil, or they're all good, or they're all saved. Like original sin, kids are not born like that. Majority of children they do studies of are born egalitarian for the most part.
Yeah.
You can watch it with your own eyes. So original sin is insane.
By the human condition, right? That's like what you're labeling right now is what I mean by human condition.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think if I may.
Well, I think it's created for kings. It's created for tyranny. That's what I think it's for. It's for brainwashing people into tyranny, not the good parts of the Christianity, but the framework itself. And that's why it has such an allergic defensive.
Well, I don't think it was created.
I'll stop
for
rambling.
that.
I feel like I'm running over.
No, it's okay. I'm not sure that's the innate reason it was created for, but it's certainly used for that. Like just because the tool is used in a certain way now doesn't mean it was created for that use, right?
I think I kind of understand where Chase is questioning why we start at the Hebrew, like Jewish stuff, that. And I was going to say, unless I'm mistaken, is it not the case that the compilation of Jewish texts and stuff as their canon was developed like within 100 years before Christ's timeline came? Like it was modernly developed and put together, them combining their own Hebrew text, which was modern considering the range of the text go back to Adam and Eve. So I think I understand like where Chase is saying, like, I don't care about when the Hebrew and the Christians languages got started or mixed up, because I would equate it with, for instance, I was told, and people say different things, but I was under the impression that Job is considered the oldest text because of the lack of references or little reference it does have to kind of anchor it to a timeline. But I have always wondered, well, what language was Job in? What language, you know what I mean? Like if the texts were kind of put together at these massive libraries where people were gathering things because they wanted to put something stable together, then theoretically, I don't believe that the Hebrew that we're talking about, oh, this is the Hebrew that came before the Greek. I don't think that Hebrew is what Job was written in. You know what I mean?
No.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I think the Hebrew would have been, I think the Greek translation would have been done at a much, much later period where the text was already more or less close to what the final form would have been.
Well, the Hebrew version of Job that the Greeks would have translated, I think, obviously was a translation of what original text was, because the amount, and I love that you have that timeline across Bible, because I struggle with conceptualizing the way that those stories fall in sequence in the Old Testament and New, because the books are all out of whack. So I do like that timeline, but kind of in the spirit of Chase's wonderings that I'm wondering if they're similar, why is the curiosity in these realms only starting at that part of the timeline that you have like here and not the stuff back here? Because there's not enough, right? Because the archaeological evidence is very little. Well, it's still there, and we still have charts of like the the root languages charts. I put some in the private chat.
By the way, when I started the timeline, I had to go from 2000 BC to 2000 AD. So like I worked for years on a timeline where I was trying to...
I know how extensive.
But I eventually, when I made this go public and I made it on the, like, I cut it off. I had to go through and just like cut half of the timeline that I spent years working on.
Damn.
I just threw it in the trash because I realized that I had nothing to, I mean, I still have a copy of it, but it's a nice spreadsheet. But I mean, I didn't make that public because it was just too much. It was like I couldn't really date that far. And I guess
I don't know if it's
conjecture,
worthwhile
too
to
much
mention something
conjecture.
with respect to like Chase's question. For me, as someone who reads the original languages, like I don't know if this is a good analogy, but I'll just make it. So like we all know in English what it means to pull someone's leg, right? It's like an idiom. This is what Hillman says. There is idiom in the Septuagint, and the idiom tells us that it's originally Greek because it's Greek idiom. That is like when I heard that for the first time, it was just like, what? I just couldn't understand what he's talking about, because the idiom goes in the opposite direction, right? Like the idioms are Hebrew idioms that are rendered in Greek in a way that to a Greek person would be odd. And the example would be the idiom in English to pull someone's leg makes zero sense in pretty much any other language, right? So if I were to translate that into Greek or Russian and publish it as a book, like if I'm translating an English book into Russian or into Greek and it has that phrase, you're pulling my leg, aren't you? Like a character in a book, in a novel says that. If I'm translating into that language, I have two choices. I can either render it literally like you are pulling on my leg, and then I can publish that in the Greek or the Russian translation, and a Russian person reading it who knows English is going to be like, "Ty меня тянешь за ногу," like in Russian, right? They're gonna be like, "Oh, that that person the translator did, just totally like rendered an English idiom in Russian that makes no sense." If they know English, they get it. They understand, okay, this is translationese. That's what the term is for it. That's what the Septuagint is full of, right? Like we see that. Like when you know both languages, you're like, oh, okay, I see what's going on here. It wouldn't sound normal to anyone. And the same thing, like if I were to translate from Russian into English or Greek into English, and I were to translate phrases that are idiomatic in those languages, they would sound totally foreign to you reading an English translation. And so for me, it's when my knee-jerk rejection of it to say like, no, that can't be right, isn't a religious thing. It's like, it's not based in religion. It's just based on just like, it's just language for me. Like I start and stop at the language barrier.
I'm sorry. Do you have like an idea of like, so why don't we speak ancient Greek now? Have you? I mean, like, what do you like? I'm trying to think of a right question because this is really new territory, I think, for a lot of people. Like, what do you think about the Dark Ages?
In Greek now?
Why?
So you're
there's
referring
there's a lot of history. Why do we think that most of the people that spoke ancient Greek thought that there were people in the sky in Mount Olympus, and they didn't? Like, why is our history so inverted? Like, why is it all male gods all in one direction? Like, there's so many things that, like, do you see those patterns? Do you see that those were intermingling things, and totally could have been from people killing each other and like wars and stuff? So I'm not saying this is like the humans are pretty wild, right? But do you see what I'm talking about? Where like there's like what do you think when you look at Christianity? Do you think that it's this thing that was born from 40 guys in a cave that all saw and read the same thing and they were uninfluenced by everything else? You know what I mean? And if so, is that influencing like how the knee-jerk reaction everyone has towards Amen? Because I'm not even concerned with, I know that there's no person that's going to be absolutely right about all of that stuff or whatsoever, but like it's not the language he's opening up. It's this weird dynamic of our history that seems to make humans make a lot more sense, if that makes any sense. And like I don't know if I'm making any sense, but like I just kind of still think we're kind of mentally coming out of the Dark Ages still, and like the way we look at things is really important, right? So like what something evokes and how it's passed down is really, really important. And if you don't know what it is, you're carrying on things that are truisms and other stuff in these absolute ways, and like before you know it, you're like, maybe you have flying cars, but you still don't let women drive. I don't know. Like,
are you trying to say something to the effect of so the analogy in my head, it might not work, is Jesus walking with Satan in the garden. Ken Wheeler describes this as not a separate entity, but rather another version of himself tempting him in the garden. So like the little devil of you, not a little devil of some other guy that's a devil, but like, And
Sure,
that's
it could, well,
whatever. But so,
and is it an echo of another story? You know,
having a spiritual slash symbolic interpretations, and that explaining, I guess, the concept of Satan being the lowest form of the self, and how that is missing from English now. And so I think what you're trying to say, Chase, is that it seems like it was a little bit more artistic and a little bit more spiritually connected, the language in general, compared to how we look at language now and English now. We kind of lost a little bit of that. And so when some people read classics, they have no idea what they're trying to say when they're talking about, you know, Beatrice referring to In Much Ado About Nothing, all the men in hell pretty much running a train on her. That being symbolically beautifully written into this old Greek poetry and stuff, even though that's Shakespeare, I'm just saying this goes back to it's a Greek story. She was referring to the Hades in that, you know, and they refer to Hymen when the marriage with Hero and stuff. So the language now that we speak, I don't know how to say it. It's like they're just not going to get some of the things that people are trying to insinuate might have been left over into the Bible passages that were written.
Well,
or if they're referencing other Greek books that have all of that in it when they're drafting.
We're really, I think, an opinion, like having come from academia and having a lot of these fights, being someone who is active in the thing that I was interested in doing, and being in a room full of people who memorized all of the things about the things that they were experts in, which is also a skill and great, and no problem with that. Like we're in a siloed time where we, like, our language feels like reality to us, our thoughts feel like reality to us, like fate. And I think that comes still from the Dark Ages, and I think that comes from this Christianity stuff. And I don't think Christianity is like necessarily like the most evil thing ever or something like that, but it separates itself. They separate themselves and they act like they came up with all of this stuff when they're part of all of us, if that makes any sense. And we look at history and we try to say who came first, and we try to have a competition. Like, what does that prove? Like, other than for believers to feel like, well, I know the oldest thing and it's the truest thing because they've bought that ticket that, like, this is the true word of God, and that's why I've committed myself so fully to it. Which, like, there's nothing wrong with committing yourself to being a good person and going through rituals that are good for you and getting things from stories that are good. And I don't care if the story was like super atrocious 1,000 years ago and now it's like mutated into something good. If you're getting that good thing out of it, that story, like that old story, like whatever else. But then that going back to like language feeling like reality, that's where priestly texts, I feel like, were invented for. Otherwise they would have been mythological texts that are allowed to evolve and change. When you make priestly texts and say these are absolute and unchanging, I mean, that's a strange thing to think, like, you know, over a long period of time, like that people aren't going to, you know, mentally change or think. And so there's a lot of little pins in this, but like, yeah, I just like, what is the gold medal? Like, so let's say Hebrew came for, like, the Hebrew Septuagint came first. What gold medal do they get? Like, okay, or Greek. What do they get? Like, the Greek came first, and I go, okay, cool. Well, even either or, it's still clear. All of these other forces and all of these other texts, like, influenced Christianity. Like, to me, there's no way in hell that's some kind of like isolated thing that came out of a cave with 40 people. So even if it came first, it's like, what does that get you? And for me, it's like, well, if that's what you use to say, therefore everything else is, you know, not as good. That is the medieval shit. That is, everything else is pagan bullshit and evil. That is the pentagram, which is what the Venus planet does every 8 years. It's the shape it makes, which is you know, it's like you've inverted and made and like, I know assholes that walk around with that thing right now and do bad, like, come on, man. Like, it's ridiculous. I'm not saying that it's not utilized like that right now, but you've inverted that sign in someone's head. So they associate with evil. They can associate with, like, I don't know, the questioning thing in their head, or like, say you have I don't know, a normal urge as a human being or whatever else, but because you've been separated from it at birth, or you've been told never to deal with it, you're gonna have to, it's like trying to run a marathon and you've never even put running shoes on with your sexual urges and stuff because you've been separated from it since you were a child. And there's lots of like patterns like that
That's
come
how I feel
from
doing YouTubes on this stuff.
yeah,
Ready
but
for
yeah, but like that. So that's what I'm like. I don't know how like to totally like communicate what I'm saying, but that's the stuff that I get riled up about. And that's the stuff that like it's just making stuff make a lot of sense. And then with like, the Jesus stuff, like before Almond, like open this door for everyone to explore without like trying to be too like, I'm not trying to start like a whole back and forth about that. But before that, what was everybody talking about? They're like, oh, well, Jesus is like Osiris, or Jesus is like this, and Jesus is like that. And that was the big thing. Like that there was still Christianity trying to separate itself and could not take any kind of connection or criticism whatsoever. And this one just happens to be so like, it's just like I don't know, man. It's like a tactical nuke going on. You know what I mean? It's like, so now this one's might become the main focus, or it might not. It might get shut down. I can't tell where everything's going, but there's something about just that. It's the gadfly response that I think he's been right on the money about. Like when he says, "Hail Satan," that's real, man. That bothered me. And I was an atheist when I heard that. I was like sitting there, I was like, whoa, oh, that's what a weirdo. This is fucking crazy.
Exactly why he says it too, right?
And then he said, it was like, why is that in your head? Why is that culturally in your head? Like what? And it's like, oh, I didn't realize that I like, there's something in there that we're kind of like, we've all been affected by. And I feel like it's the same thing with like, when we're arguing over, anyway, the timelines of these things. And I think you and Neil and other people are actually like doing a great job of opening up. It's like, this is new territory. So like for sure, like you're going to take a lot of shit from everybody because, it's new territory for everybody. It's going to piss a lot of people off.
Channel blow up. I really do. And I, by the way, I'm sorry to cut you off, Chase.
No.
We're at 4 hours. So I want to start by thanking Stephen Nelson for coming on, owner of Cross Bible.
Thanks for having me.
Make sure, hey guys, Marcel, can you drop links for Steve in the comments for the YouTube channel?
I got that. Here's the Greek Easter trailer link. Everybody keep your eye. Either if you can spare $5, come watch it on Patreon. It's really cool. It's an hour and a half of me interviewing a priest in Greek, but it's all been dubbed into English. Spent a lot of time and money on that to try to like produce that. It was a 2-month labor. But if you can't afford that, just give it a subscribe on YouTube and give it like a week or so. I'll make it public.
Nice. Anything you want to say to this audience of all of ours?
I think I posted
so many pages.
Yeah, I mean, I think I just, like I said, I'm trying to be more vocal about what I believe is that like I've shifted my position on something. I want to make it very clear and apologize that like any impression that I previously gave that I thought that like, that Dr. Hillman is incompetent, doesn't know what he's talking about, that he's ignorant, blah, blah, blah. Like any insult in that regard, I retract and I apologize for. Like I do not, I no longer believe that. I believed it at first because I was seeing all of these things that didn't comport with my reality. And I thought this guy must just be like dumb. Like he must just really, really be bad at Greek. Now I actually don't think that. I think he's actually very smart, very educated, very well trained for the most part. I think he actually knows the truth about a lot of things. And my new position, my updated position is that no, he's actually just concealing that truth. He's being very, very creative. Let's just put it that way, very nicely. That's my new position. So if people want to say, so if people want to say like, how dare you, somebody who has no degree, how dare you come out and say that you know better than this man, this great, scholar? I don't think I actually know better than him. I think he actually knows. I'm just calling out what I believe to be falsehoods and lies. That's all I can say. That is my updated position. And I apologize if I have offended him or any of his followers with the previous assertions that he was a dunce, incompetent. I know he was really offended by the thumbnail that on the Myth Vision video, which was supposed to be a clickbait. And I get it. When you earn a PhD, it is insulting for somebody to claim that you're incompetent. How dare they say I'm incompetent? I have a PhD in Greek, in classics. Good. Okay, fine. Like I concede that. That's you know what you're talking about, but you're wrong because you're not telling the truth. That's what I want people to understand.
Well, dude, man, I really appreciate it, man. Coming by.
I hope you clip it.
Yeah,
I hope you clip that to put it on your stuff.
Say that.
What's that?
I hope that Steven, is it Steven or Stefan? I hope that
Steven.
Clip that and maybe have it on your stuff just so that Or
it's going to be in. Well, I think it's in the piece that. So Neil is producing a video right now that incorporates the feedback that we received from Carl Ruck, from the horse's mouth of what because he's being cited as the person who's corroborating all this stuff, who allegedly, ostensibly, is the source of the burning purple and a whole lot of stuff that's cited. And so we got his feedback on do you agree with this and do you disagree with this and why? And Neil is going to produce a video that is going to put all of that out there, because Neil also felt like my video that I did with Derek on Myth Vision was too inflammatory, that it was too, the quacking and all this stuff. It didn't sit well with people. Mm-hmm. And the people that I could have reached otherwise with this information probably didn't even watch it. They were just so offended by my insults, my personal attacks on
100%. Yep.
Personal attacks that they just checked out. They didn't even watch it. And so Neil corrected me on that. I accepted the correction, and he is going to put out something that's going to be more framed as an academic disagreement on the facts, without all of the sort of stuff that was really done for the Myth Vision audience. So we were all kind of having fun with it. He's not going to have fun with it. This is going to be more serious. So keep your eyes out for that on Gnostic Informant.
Dude, well, man, I appreciate it. So go ahead, Chase.
I said one question, it's totally I'm not looking to screw with you on this one, but what for you personally, what is your interpretation of Ionic life with the most famous verse that's on?
I believe that that as the language evolved in both Hebrew and Greek and even Russian does this as well. So just by analogy, the term вечный in Russian means eternal. Eternal in English actually has a Latin root that refers to an age, an ion. Idiomatically, when we say something is вечный in Russian, or eternal in English, or aionios in Greek, which survives to this day, people still use that term in Greek, they mean that it is something that is lasting, that never ends. And it is contextually defined as something that never ends. So even if you can drill back to an etymological source where at one point it was bound in time to an age, so it's an age-old something, right? It's something that lasts for an age and it's finite. The language eventually developed to the point where when it is used by the time of the New Testament, when Jesus is referring to what you're saying is Ionic life, aeonia zoe, right? He is referring to eternal life that will not end. You will live forever. And I understand the pushback. It comes from this community. It comes from a lot of other communities. There are full preterists that follow this whole Ionic life thing. Oh no, it's finite. It's time bound. It refers to an age because it's an etymological fallacy. It's false. I believe aionios in most contexts, especially in Hellenistic Greek, it refers to things that at least they last, so they're conceived of by the person using that word as lasting so long that it may as well be forever. It is a reference to forever. That is how you say forever in Greek and in Russian and in English. Even though, yes, etymologically the word is rooted in the word aeon, like an age, but it means like into the into the ages of ages. It is forever. It will never end.
But in that Hellenistic time, there was also a word for eternal, correct?
There were different forms of the adjective that could basically, they were synonymous. But I am very familiar with the argument that no, this one is special and it means ionic and it's been misunderstood, and it's like I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I'm open-minded to it, but
yeah. Are there other cults that have used that term in a drug sense? Do you know?
In a drug sense, I have to get back.
Like,
to you on
so
that.
like another cult, like not like, like where if they were to have used it like that, and I'm not honestly, I'm not here trying to like hang you or anything like that. I'm just I want to know. Like,
Well, yeah,
but I think
you're a language the thing guy. Is that I think that if you really dig through the lexicon and you go back into the original use of that term, yes, like it was bound by an aeon, like it was bound by an age. It's just that like it's kind of like the same, it's this, people like to use the term semantic drift here, right? Like I've heard people say semantic drift. That word underwent semantic drift. So we know exactly what it means today because you can ask somebody, what do you mean by that? I mean forever, right? Like go to Greece, ask people what aeonios means. They'll tell you it means forever, right? But you're like, well, wait a minute, doesn't it have the word aeon in it? And they're like, yeah, but when we say it, we mean forever, right? Mm-hmm. So it's a question of like, we know where we ended up. We know the word changed to mean what it means today. When did it change? And at what point in the literature can you go back far enough to say, okay, here it's actually finite and time bound to an aeon, to an age, and when did people start using it to mean forever? Because it means that now. So at some point it changed. When did it change? And then it's just an exploration through the primary sources to figure out what does it mean in this context. And lexicographers do a pretty good job at figuring out, okay, this is definition A. This is where definition A applies. Source. And you can dig through them. And you can find them in the Loeb translation. And then here's definition B, where it means forever. And here are the sources for that. And the New Testament will usually fall under those and not get bumped up to category A arbitrarily because we want to, reinvent the meaning. That's my opinion on that.
Gotcha. Yeah, okay. That's cool.
I'm going to go ahead and say bye to Crossby. We'll see you
Bye, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Up and I can go through everybody. But dude, thank you so much, and hopefully we'll have you on again.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, brother. See you. All right. So yeah, I totally enjoyed that. I was really hoping that he or Gnostic or any of our friends with those channels growing and big channels kind of come on, talk a little bit about some of the projects they had going on. Real quick, Chase. Anything you want to say to the audience before we roll? And I hate to move through this so fast, but
so I actually kind of feel blurred out. I've been working a ton, but I was boxed up for like a couple hours listening to the conversation. So I hope I don't know how crazy everything I just said was, but just the creative stuff is just I got a couple different things that have popped up. But the creative stuff's still rolling. It's a lot to do that stuff on the side. So we're hoping it's going to be in the fall now. Had to push it forward because I took over a kava bar and there's just a lot of stuff going on and I'm just working a ton right now. You can probably hear it in my voice, but anyway, yeah. So just rocking and rolling, man, going forward.
Heck yeah, bro. Well, definitely for sure. Next time we go live, I want to get you on again and we can talk a little bit more about some of this cool stuff that we got going on that, without giving too much away, obviously. So look forward to having you on again, probably in a couple of weeks. So yeah.
Cool.
Appreciate it, bro. We'll see you later.
Later.
All right. So let's see. Bearcat.
Howdy.
Anything you want to say to everybody before we roll?
Yes. I have one thing I would like to advise is that if we could have these conversations not from a place where somebody knows everything and we all have to learn from them, but rather that a lot of different people have a lot of different angles to add and offer the conversation, and that's how we can learn more together, is by being able to discuss all of that, not in an animosity. I think that we could get a lot further a lot quicker That would be my advice.
I
And hope-
agree. And I think we did a pretty good job merging two very polarized perspectives. And I feel like we found a lot of middle ground here. And we've had stuff that people might not have known, perspectives from, you know, Cross Bible that, or Stephen, that he's been all over everyone's channel. And I think that it was good to hear him say, oh yeah, well, if we found it at the grave sites, then yeah, you know, that's totally, you know, so it was just a relief, I think, that we could all look at it with just from that academic standpoint, since I don't really have much, and it still be kind of giving both sides something, you know, for sure. But I really appreciate you coming on, and we'll definitely have you on again. Yeah, let's everybody keep your eyes peeled for the Blunt Life, and everybody go follow Bearcat if you can, and we will see her again soon. So I appreciate it. All right, I can never actually do what I want to. Yeah. Hey, Marcel.
Yeah.
Anything you want to tell everybody before we roll?
No, I'm pretty good. I'll just say thanks for coming in, and hope to see you next time.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you, buddy. Sorry, I was trying to figure out. I couldn't actually click on her thing, so I had to kick her from the studio to do the trail off. But I appreciate it, bud. We'll see you soon, man. All right, Hillary's email.
I'm going live in 3 minutes. The topic is going to be semi-open, but we're going to start off with alligator Alcatraz, Epstein, and ice killing farmers.
Nice. Absolutely, guys. Yeah, definitely go over to at Hillary's emails. Check them out. A lot of times you will see a StreamYard link. So if you have anything you want to contribute, sometimes you can get lucky enough to jump on like I did the other day. That was a really cool conversation. So I appreciate that, man. And we'll have you on again soon.
Okay, catch you later.
Awesome. See you. All right. So last but not least, Lord Cameron. Is your stuff hooked up? Oops. Go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me now?
I can.
Yep.
All right, brother.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah. Is everything hooked up?
Can you hear me now? You can hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you want me to play this out?
Yeah. While Johnny is discovering that his organ was not coming through the audio, I'm going to go ahead and sign off for us. I was hoping to have his song play as we finish today, but considering we've gone way over time, I'm just going to go ahead and sign us off. So I really appreciate everybody for stopping by. It was a great episode. We'll catch you next time.